In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesi-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities, and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesi-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities, and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability developments for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability developments for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board (Ncdmb) had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesiye-Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability development for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Ncdmb, had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017, the board, under Engineer Simbi Kesi Wabote as the Executive Secretary, launched the Nigerian Content 10-year strategic roadmap, setting an ambitious target of achieving 70% Nigerian content, create 300,000 jobs, and retain $14 billion out of the annual $20 billion spent by the oil and gas industry annually by 2027. This would involve targeted capacity and capability developments for the entire oil and gas industry. It also required the collaboration of the entire industry in developing new oil and gas projects, establishing critical facilities, and several other activities across the entire oil and gas value chain and linkage sectors. In 2016, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Ncdmb, had succeeded in raising the level of Nigerian content performance in the oil and gas industry to 26% from the 5% level that existed before the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act in April 2010. In 2017,
All right. A very good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of this virtual conference, the Ncdmb HCD Virtual Workshop 2022, a sequel to the 2019 edition. Please, if you can hear me clearly, kindly tell me in the comments section, or if you are there. If you are there, David, please let me know that you can hear me so that I would carry on. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of this year's event. My name, as you can see, is Richmond Osoji. And before I proceed this morning, I just want to make a quick announcement, more like a virtual housekeeping announcement for this event, especially as it concerns our speakers and to a large extent our distinguished attendees on this call. First off, let me again welcome all of you from the different locations you are dialing in from across the country. I'm aware that we have people from virtually every region of this country dialing in. I only wonder if today we're joined by any delegate from around the world. Welcome, welcome. We'll appreciate it in the time that we will be here for the next couple of hours, that the microphones should remain muted when you are not speaking, very kindly. Now, we kindly and respectfully request that you unmute your microphone when the moderator or the MC is called upon you to speak. We want you to also join the respective sessions on time, especially when we take our breaks, our comfort breaks, or the different kind of breaks that we'll be taking during the course of this meeting. We will appreciate it if you return on time. Kindly, we ask that you please do not interrupt any speaker or someone who is speaking. Allow them to finish before you make any interventions. If you have a question, kindly use the Q&A chat box. There's an icon there. That's just use it and ask your questions, and our panelists and speakers will be glad to answer them. However, you can also indicate by clicking the raising of hand icon in that same on the Zoom app. If we have the opportunity, we can unmute and allow you to speak, especially for the attendees. But for the panelists, you just need to raise your hand, and you'll be called upon by the moderator or the MC to address the audience. When you make your interventions, we request that you kindly speak and be direct, honest, and concise. If you have questions that we are not able to take during the course of this meeting, you can leave those questions at Ncdmb 2022 HCD Workshop.com. Again, I take that. If you have questions that we are not able to accommodate during the course of this meeting, or even here while the meeting is on, if you want to ask a question and you would prefer an email option, please go on to questions at Ncdmb 2022 HCDworkshop.com. David, if you can, please leave this email address in the chat box so panelists can very well take note of that and use it when the need arises. And kindly ensure that your phones, much as it's a virtual meeting, are turned to silent and vibration, especially to our distinguished speakers or to any attendee that will be giving the opportunity to ask questions, voice questions. When you do, please turn your phones to silence or vibrations. We will greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, that said, again, I welcome all of you. I see that we've been joined already by almost 900 people. Dr. Amai Kuru, the GM capacity building, whose primary responsibility it is to oversee all of this activity. I welcome you. A very good morning to you. Greenfields Consultancy, you're doing a fantastic job putting this together for the Ncdmb. The content, they reach, especially as I said yesterday, the reach to the technical schools out there is one that I am particularly excited about. We welcome all of you. I see the president of Octon, we welcome you. I see the president of NIW, we welcome you, as well as many other speakers whom you'll be meeting shortly from the academia and the technical institutions across the country. However, before I proceed, I would like to just reconnect those of us who were not here yesterday and those who were here yesterday but not at the very beginning. I want to do my best to reconnect you to what happened yesterday when my colleague Temiloluwa Amobiobon was in the saddle directing affairs as I'm doing today. I am glad that he was here, and I'm delighted that you all enjoyed him providing first-class talk service as we love to do here in our line of business. So let me just run you through real quick some of the talking points from yesterday's event. Some of the talking points from yesterday's event. We kicked off yesterday, of course, with the formal openings, and we then went into the ES of Ncdmb. One second, please. The ES of Ncdmb, giving a keynote presentation in which he reminded us that our people are our best assets. And he went on to say that we have a skilled workforce to sustain the development of oil fields, and the training process is a continuous one. Nigeria, he said, is also at the forefront in HCD in Africa. 13,000 members of the workforce trained so far, and over 5,000 employment opportunities created since 2010. We have an updated version, he said, of the Human Capacity Development Guidelines of 2020, an improvement of the previous HCD guidelines of 2014. He reminded us that 5% local content has now grown to about 42% as of 2022. We went on from his keynote to an overview from Dr. Ama Ikuru, who walked us through what to expect yesterday and what we should be expecting today, the day two. Sometime a few minutes into this, I will also give you a quick recap of what today will be looking like by way of the agenda for today. He did also tell us that some of the objectives of the workshop will include alignment of HCD training program with industry needs, manage and discourse on how to improve employability of trainees. He also spoke at length on the HCD guidelines of 2020 and reminded that they are in the program brochure. So you should look at them. If you have not looked at them, it is for the benefit of the industry. We went from there into the technical presentations, the first strength of the technical presentations, where we had speakers from Total, Ajib First ENP, NNPC, and Seplet. And in summarizing it all, they all spoke on the topic according to what we have given them in our discussions and interactions with them. We did also get a presentation from the Becky Hughes representative. The talking points from that session will include some measures. These are some of the measures and recommendations from that talking point of the technical session. The methods for identifying the skill gaps must be standardized in line with global best practices. Trainees should be equipped with the relevant skills to make them independent of IOC employment. There should be strong collaboration between industry stakeholders. There should be focus on entrepreneurship training and development. And then we went on to a panel session where we had all the presenters for the panel session, make interventions, plus Baker Hughes and Shell. There was some of the fallout from that was the need for a constant evaluation of the industry capacity requirements. Just 1 second, please. Okay, some of the fallout from that, was the need for constant evaluation of the industry capacity requirement that cannot be overemphasized. This, they said, will enable us to develop the appropriate HCD training programs to meet these evolving demands. The moderator also harped on the need to include statistics in the presentations for increased clarity. Technical presentations too took center stage, and Mr. Kintunde Adelano, our Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, also was there to address us. Some of the key issues there was we must continually and intentionally build on the competencies and skills base of our workforce. Overview of the HCD training programs in figures was also put out there. 15 million man hours, over 12,000 people trained, and over 5,000 trainees secured employment in the industry after training. The compliance level of projects with the HCD scheme still shows that there is a lot of work to be done in closing the gaps that exist between global standards and what is obtained locally. Then came technical presentations, 3, where we had speakers from Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, and Patton. And some of the talking points were that the oil and gas industry is driven by technology, and training that we provide to the workforce must keep pace with the advancement in technological innovations in the future of HCD. Now, there will be new data-driven technology, demand for increased competencies in automation and IoT, and smarter instrumentation technologies. It was also said that our workforce must be equipped to meet these challenges. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that we did our best in capturing what happened yesterday. Many thanks to my colleague and brother Temelua Wambiogbo for holding the fort and doing justice to this beautiful summary. Onwards now, we'll go to today. Allow me to quickly just run you through some of the things that you will be expecting today. Now, once I'm done with all of these introductions or opening bit, we'll move on to technical presentations where we'll be on blocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training, curricula, and education to meet the human capital needs of the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Just give me one moment, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will have to turn on the video here. So when I look this way, beautiful, there you go. Okay, so unblocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training curricula and education to meet human capital needs of the Nigerian oil and gas industry and its linkage sectors. Universities, vocational institutions, Octon, and some other professional bodies will take the center stage to speak to us at that time. A panel discussion will follow on strengthening and improving the capacity and capabilities of institutions, TVETs, polytechnics, and universities, which take center stage. Would have, I will tell you at the time who our panel members will be. Moderation will be by our GM, Research, Statistics, and Development of the Ncdmb. That will be followed by a comfort break. When we return from that comfort break at about 11:30, we'll move on to more technical presentations, leveraging international collaboration to accelerate capacity building in the industry. Chukwu Emeka Honor will also be speaking to us at that time. Who he is, you've been told yesterday, you'll be reminded later today. We'll go from there to feedback from beneficiaries of Ncdmb HCD training programs. Now that will happen, and then we'll move on to a panel discussion, HCD in operations, a review of effectiveness and support required will be the very next thing that we'll talk about there. Into that will session be moderated by Alero or Nosode, of course. We'll go from there to lunch. After lunch, we'll return to a panel discussion, strengthening employability and global competitiveness in HCD trainees. That session will be handled by Emeka Ene. Right, then we'll go from there to who spoke to us about that yesterday. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now I am ready to get into the business of day 2, first session, technical presentations, 10 minutes maximum to address us at this time. Yeah, time will be 10 minutes maximum. And whenever you see me turn my video back on, or please be looking at your chat box as you speak. I'm speaking to my distinguished speakers now. Look at your chat box as you speak. We will be talking to you on the chat box as much as we can. Keep looking at that and you would see what time left for you, or if your time is up, or you can time yourself with your phone or wristwatch or something. But please and please and please, 10 minutes is a maximum allotted time for you to speak. On your screen right now are some of the institutions and bodies that will be talking to us in this session. But I would like to begin real quick with my first speaker, Trainers Association of Nigeria. Yes, let me begin with them. Mazi Sam Onyechi, President of Octon. Mazi Sam Onyechi, if you are there, good morning. Mute, turn on your video. The stage is yours and your 10 minutes is on.
Thank you. Thank you, Richmond. I don't know if I'm clear.
Yes, I can hear. Setting is on, what is it called again? Green. Yes, it's on green screen, but I think you're okay now. Can we please put his, David, can we please pin his video so that we'll see it and be sure if he needs to do a quick, please, to all my speakers, check your Zoom video setting. If it is on green screen, just check the box and remove the green screen. Go to the video icon there, click the arrow by the video icon. You will see the settings. When you go in there, you will see green screen. If it's there, uncheck that box and your video will be normal, right? But Mazi Samu can see you because of time. Please go ahead. The other speakers can walk towards that. Your time starts now, sir. Thank you very much.
Can I be allowed to share my screen, please?
David, please give him that opportunity to share his screen. Do you have it now, sir?
I think so.
Brilliant. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Can you please put it on full screen, slide mode, full screen?
Okay. Do so. Sorry, 1 minute. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get it to.
Dr. Sam, are you having any issues?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the full screen mode on.
No, just go to slide. See, just go to slide. Say from beginning. That where you are now. Just go there. It says from beginning. Just go there and click on from beginning. Can you see from beginning there? Just click on from beginning.
1 minute.
Just click on from beginning where you are.
Okay.
Sorted?
Not really.
Just click on from beginning.
Hello, President. This is Chris. You can also do it at the bottom of the page. Yeah. Just the Zoom. Yeah. So where you have 74%, the icon before that, just hit on it. Yeah. At the bottom. Just before the minus sign. So bring your icon down to the bottom of your page.
Yeah.
You have a red line there, red belt. Inside the red belt, you see.
Exactly. Yes, yes. Down there, yes.
Okay.
Let's share.
Do you have it?
No, I don't have.
President, can you forward it to us so we can share from this end?
Okay, I can do that. 1 minute.
Or better still, you can just speak to it the way you have it because of time. While you're forwarding it to them, you can start the way you have it. Once they have it, then they can project and share.
Okay. Can I just restart?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Let me restart. I will.
But if you're not very ready, we can go back to the next speaker if you don't mind, and then we'll come back to you later, right?
I think we can do. Let me just go back to share screen.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me just quickly say to Professor Bede Anusionwu to please be on standby. After you will present. Are you ready now?
Yeah. I think we are there now.
Brilliant. You are all set. You are all set. Now let's go.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to apologize for that interruption. So the topic of today is unlocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training, curricula, and education to meet the human capacity or capital needs of the Nigerian oil and gas industry and its linkage sectors.
Can you put on your video?
I'd like to
put on your video.
My video on? Okay, sorry. Yeah. I would like to stand on the existing protocol set by Richmond, but would like to acknowledge the Executive Secretary of Ncdmb, our own Engineer Simbi Wabute, for this opportunity to discuss the human capacity development needs of the industry. I'd like to acknowledge the great work our convener is doing, the GM Human Capacity Development Division of Ncdmb, Engineer Dr. Amaikuru. I also like to acknowledge the organizer, our Greenfields Consulting, Chris Ostarwense himself, our own proud Octa member. And that said, I'd like to just acknowledge the rest of my co-presenters here and the rest of the industry that is gathered. This is a good opportunity. Because of my time, I would like to fly. So thank you, everyone, and welcome to this great event.
Have you added the address? Give me the address, let me add it.
So
please, if you are not speaking, mute your mic, please. Sorry, Mazi. David, please check anybody who is not speaking that is the mic is on. Please mute them. Forgive me, Mazi. Please forgive me. Go ahead.
No problem. So briefly about Octan. Octan is the independent group of training services providers in the oil and gas industry. And were established by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board in 2010 with the main purpose to build local human capital capacity in the Nigerian oil and gas industry and act as a business group that interfaces with the Nigerian government to achieve this goal. Octan is recognized by the NOGIC Act Training Regulations 2021, Section 6, Subsection 2, and operators are required by the schedule to this regulation in Section 1, Subsection 2.9 to work with a minimum of 3 Octan members in their HCD implementation by the Ncdmb training guidelines for all trainers in the industry. Octan is a large body. We currently boast about 400 corporate members operating in the industry. We have over 2,000 training courses in our portfolio across the industry value chain. We are setting standards for upscaling training and training providers through our published code of practice, the ATSP 021. Octan is going digitally literate. We have formed an alliance with Certiport for IC3 digital literacy competence of our entire membership in a bid to improve on what we are doing. We are headed for ISO 9001:2015 certification and ISO 17065 accreditation for the services we render to the industry. We have developed effective skills gap bridging and youth careers mentorship program through our online Octan Youth program. I will give more details about this. This is for undergraduates and fresh graduates. We are Nigeria's greatest potential for local competence creation via relevant industry skills acquisition. The Octan mandates. When Octan was set up in 2010 by Ncdmb, it was a very forward-looking event, very forward-looking program or proposal of Ncdmb, and we are giving 15 mandates. I would like to read through them, not because they are not known, but because what we are discussing today centers on these mandates. If these mandates are fully implemented, I believe that all the human capacity development needs of the industry, and in fact the nation, will be met, because these are very forward-looking guidelines and mandates issued to Octan. One is to ensure the implementation of a structured and standardized approach to human capacity development in the oil and gas industry. Octan is to operate as a training business group, an umbrella body that interfaces with the key stakeholders of industry, national, international, oil companies, and the government of Nigeria, and any other stakeholder. Octan is to provide a platform for training providers to engage government regulatory agencies in formulating policies and developing strategies for domiciling training in Nigeria. The key word there is domiciling training in Nigeria, because I'll talk more about this. To facilitate the creation of sustainable partnership between, first ensuring that globally accepted standards are deployed for human capacity building. Globally accepted standards, I would like us to note that also, because this is key to our discussion today. To bridge the gap between the academia and the industry by arranging liaisons with the universities, polytechnics, and research institutes. This is also key to what Octan is doing, because The obvious gap between the academia and the industry is there. Creation, poverty alleviation, unemployment reduction, and general improvement of the human capacity of this country. Promote opportunities for on-the-job trainees through collaborative efforts with operating and service companies in Nigeria. This particular portion is something that is yet to be fully developed because there is not yet that required synergy between the operating and service companies in Nigeria and Octan. Create a skills development plan with the objective of training to internationally recognized certification. This is also key to what we are discussing today. Articulate acceptable levels and standards in the processing, facilitation, provision, and delivery of training. Issue guidelines for proper implementation of classroom and on-the-job training based on HCD initiative. Determine criteria for the selection of training providers in the industry. Last part of it is that Octan should become ISO certified and accredited as may be required for its roles in the industry and encourage member companies to attain similar standardization status and collaborate with international stakeholder organizations, and all of them are there for mutual benefits. So Octan is working on this seriously. We're currently standardizing our members and also trying to ensure that Octan itself attains a quality management system certification as well as accreditation to ISO 17065. Provide guidance on certification requirements for disciplines and competencies that are relevant to oil and gas business. Work with Ncdmb to facilitate the establishment of centers of excellence in strategic locations. Stimulate employment and create training and industrial secondments to attachment opportunities for Nigerian youths. Evaluation and monitoring of training offered by members and other learning services providers for adequacy to achieve desired results. So Octan has a big role to play in the industry in guiding how training is carried out, how curricula and everything is developed, how curricula and schemes are domiciled in country, and so on and so forth. So we will discuss this. And so the Octan mission is to organize, standardize, and render quality training services with a view to give required impetus towards realization of the local human capacity development mandates of the Ncdmb Act in the Nigerian oil and gas. And we came up with this mission, which we are pursuing vigorously. The 4-year plan of this current executive of Octan picked on 4 key items in these mandates and then added something that is trending and is topical, which is the assessing Africa's opportunities for Nigerians. So we are currently working assiduously on the things that we need to build our own home base, and then move curricula and schemes and training programs in the country. And then finally, we're looking at how to assess African opportunities in the oil and gas industry across the region, having put our house in order. So what are the Octan plans and proposals for enhanced effectiveness of training curricula and education to meet the HCD needs of the industry? Items we identified is that the quest for white-collar jobs and the downgrading of blue-collar is our development. So over the years, there has been a policy of downgrading technical and skills-based education. Degrees are preferred to diplomas. If someone has a HND, you see him wanting to have a BSc or a B engine for it. So engineers rather than technicians, politicians transiting to universities, polytechnics rather, transiting to universities. We have seen that happen. Hence, the impact is that we now import blue-collar workers from across the West African sub-region, masons and tilers from Togo, tailors from Senegal, and we suffer reasonable capital flight in an already recessed economy with a youth unemployment rating of over 53%. In reality, the white-collar professions most times are not cash cows. They don't present very enviable cash rewards. And even when they do, the number of persons that can be engaged in this job cadre are comparatively low to the sweeping numbers of blue-collar vacancies that are available in country, especially vocational skills. So the second thing we have identified is the disconnect between academic and training curricula. Obviously, that disconnect is there between the broad-based curricula of the academic institutions and the specific career-oriented practical training of learning services providers, such as Octane members. So we have specific industry requirements for targeted career professions. These cannot be met or learned in details in our higher institutions. Hence, even the nation has understood that and is making efforts, just like the CWES programs. They are designed to improve this gap noted in the two curricula. But Octane is poised and is actually designed to close that gap much more effectively. And then the major one is the foreign ownership of skills, curriculum and schemes that we are operating and that are applied in the industry. They belong to foreign industry associations and organizations, from OPITO to NEBOSH, SWIFT to AWS, IRATA to LEA, IADC to City and Guilds, PMI to Prince 2, you name them. All we do as learning services providers in developing countries like ours is to hawk the schemes and certifications of these foreign bodies with attendant income losses in royalties and fees paid to retain licenses to operate or issue certificates. And Octane was created, if we must remember, a part of our mandate is to domicile skills, domicile curricula and schemes, and ensure that there are certification programs that are wholly owned in Nigeria. So we need to tackle the issues by changing the narrative of this white-collar jobs supremacy. The National Bureau of Statistics records show that job trends are moving towards technology and technical competence sectors, especially trade and services, which occupies approximately 79% of advertised job vacancies, whereas the skilled persons with relevant qualifications for these job areas occupy an abysmally low position of about 16%. This is a huge gap between demand and supply. The same NBS records show that about 30% of graduates in Nigeria are unemployed. 30%, with the implication that 1 out of every 4 Nigerian graduates is unemployed. And this is projected to increase to 3% in this year and going forward. So millions of Nigerian graduates, they are unemployed because they do not have specific skills required for the job market. I'm quoting architect Sonny Echono, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education in Abuja in 2021. Millions of Nigerian graduates are unemployed because they do not have specific skills. They are educated, but they are not skilled. So it is time to debunk the white-collar supremacy misbelief, to reduce the too many graduates fighting for the too few jobs that require skills. There is need for greater synergy between academia and industry. We cannot be working at cross purposes. They churn out these graduates who are very well lettered, but are unemployable. So we need to work with the academia to encourage curriculum mix and greater synergy between the industry and them towards a blend in their academic curricula, introduction of practical skills knowledge from the industry where required. And I'm glad Ncdmb is fostering this, and Octane wishes to do more in this regard. So we need to encourage early mentorship, career guidance, counseling, and direct partnership of the academia with the industry associations. We are there, Petan, Octane, MAN, etc. We are willing and able to assist in mentoring these undergraduates at early stage. Undergraduates of relevant disciplines want to use this opportunity to say that they should try and assess industry opportunities. Register with Octane Young Professionals Forum. The website link is there. We can share this. So part of tackling the issues, should be looking at the major issue of local ownership of skills curriculum, schemes, and certification. It is time to develop, own, and promote our own curricula in line with international standards. It's not rocket science. Relevant HCD organizations, operators, and agencies, they should direct focus on this mandate of Octane to domicile skills development by deliberate policies, infrastructure development, trainer programs, grants, research and development funding, all aimed at local development of industry-relevant curricula and ownership of schemes and certification. Octane is able and willing to run this, to administer this, and ensure that these skills are homegrown accredited by international standards, and owned by Nigeria. So to be able to do this, we're asking that all stakeholders, whoever among the stakeholders that has what it takes, should build and equip a skills center of excellence designed specifically for domiciling technical and vocational skills through research and development, curriculum and skills development, learning materials production and accreditation of these training programs to ISO 17024. Details of this we can share with any interested stakeholder to show the step-by-step of how this can be achieved effectively, given the right infrastructural provisions and the right grants and less meddlesome politicking of that venture, and we will achieve something that will be long-lasting and sustainable for this country. So the long-term solution we are looking at is want to check the summary of steps that will aid us to achieve this goal of unblocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training, curricula, and education to meet the HCD needs of Nigeria. To improve this effectiveness of curriculum to address industry demands, we think that these are critical. We need to have a clear understanding of the psychology and behavior of the industry that we are playing in. It's competitive, it's dynamic, it's very demanding, and asking for the best always. So we need to identify and establish the difference between training and education. While education is driven, can be driven academically, training is driven by the demands of the industry we are playing with. We are playing in with several competitive parameters that are applied in its management. Government usually sets standards for academic curriculum, but it is the industry that sets standards for its curriculum based on practice and experience. Relevant curriculum must address pressing industry demands, be driven and managed by the industry, and create industry-inclined and acceptable certification scheme which takes cognizance of market trends, market access, and market behavior. It is not because our people are not educated. That's why they don't have jobs. No, but you come out of our university, you're not a trained quality assurance personnel, you're not a certified international welding engineer, you're not an international welding technologist, you're not, name them. These are specific demands of the industry that your education cannot handle, except we understand that we have the industry establish these rules and we play by that rule and use our academic qualifications as a base for reaching the goal. So Western economies, such as the US, with all their leading academic institutions and government agencies, they do not dictate industry curricula or schemes. That's why you have industry professional associations like ASME, AWS, API, ASNT, all operating within their area of domain. For NDT, you have ASNT for engineering, construction, EPC program. You have ASME, you have AWS for pipelines and all that. You have the API. And these are associations that have developed and own and administer the curricula that guide these projects or programs. Government merely creates the conducive environment for the industry through such professional associations to manage delivery of competitive skills, which are eventually sold globally because they are actually business tools for market penetration and control. That's why we are here. We are hawking API 510 certification, ASNT level 1 and 2 and 3, and all that AWS certified welding inspector, because these are tools, these are business tools that are used to penetrate the global market and control them, because the international intellectual property is owned by these industry associations that have developed this curriculum. So in line with the verification and deployment responsibility of the industry, it is vital that best practice prevail at all times by professional inputs only. So if we're looking at effective curricula, this training curriculum must be owned and managed by the industry, must be owned and managed by associations like Octan, Betan, and others who are playing big in this industry and who understands, who knows how best to do it and what skills that will best complement industry, technical, and business activities. It is not politics. It is pure industry and market demand. effective development of a Nigerian oil and gas occupational standard is the way to go. So the major and sustainable long-term target of all stakeholders in HCD development in the industry should be the development of an industry-driven Nigerian oil and gas operational standard NOGOS, which shall have 2 levels of authorization. First, shall be approved and domiciled with our National Board for Technical Education for the sections that are purely technical and vocational in nature, which falls within their ambit. But all the others should be accredited to international ISO standards governing such curricula and schemes. And Octan is in the best position to handle this and ensure that we meet both local requirements for the things, for the standards we want to establish in curriculum development, as well as the international benchmark, which will make us have this same curriculum applicable and usable in other African countries and across the globe, actually. So to be able to do this.
Mazi, yes, kindly round off, please.
Thank you very much. To be able to do this, we need a world-class center of excellence for skills development, fully equipped to achieve sustainable HCD and for realization of this international benchmark and accredited curricula needed to own and domicile industry schemes and certifications required to permanent the NOGO standard as a renewable and sustainable market penetration tool for Nigeria, at least across the African region in the first instance. This center will aid R&D in this regard. So Octan has the capability to do this. There has been some skepticism on the capability of Octan to carry the full mantle of sustainable HCD programs in the country, but we venture to challenge that doubt, being that adequate opportunities have not been extended to Octan by the industry to get the veracity of this doubt. Suffice it that with over 400 membership of the association and the multiplicity of the Octan brand across the value chain and our current stride at standardization, we are the association to beat in this initiative. And so we are partnered with, we've started doing some of this already. We have partnered with the Welding Federation, TWF Africa, to commence skills development in welding and welding technologies, acceptable and applicable across TWF African member countries, currently numbering about 11 and increasing steadily. This is a drive to promote African local content, which the Executive Secretary also reiterated during his opening speech on this workshop, that Africa is looking up to Nigeria to help build their workforce in oil and gas. We're happy to announce that both Octan and Petan are on the board of TWF. So we are looking at a greater partnership with operators to ensure that these goals are realized instead of working at divergent achievement for HCD. We're looking at sustainable, holistic, effective. Africa is the market. Until now, our industries are unconnected. The scale metrics are non-harmonized. Manufacturing systems are non-competitive comparatively, owing to drawbacks in adoption and steady commitment to best WANB chief. And it sums up what we should be doing towards moving Africa with accredited curricula and schemes that are usable in the industry. So I want to thank you all for listening. I want to conclude with the statement that ES made at the opening ceremony, that people are our best assets. Those people that are our best assets, some of them are roaming the streets, some are in the bush. And so it is time for us to actually harness those assets, give them the required skills, and bring them to board to be able to do the best that they can do for themselves and their nations. I'm proud to say that people we have trained, even from my own company, are now the welders to beat in Dubai, and in fact, the entire Middle East. They are preferred to the Indians, who had hitherto been the dawn of this area. Most of them are building big houses in Nigeria now, sending money back home because they have been given the required skills. So we need to use these assets of our people and recreate this nation and reduce government. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mazi Sam Onyechi, President of Octan. I want to again kindly and specially appeal to our speakers. Please, there's a lot we have to squeeze into the agenda for today. Very kindly keep your speaking time to how much time that has been given to you. by the consultants and the organizers of this workshop. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Master Sam, walking us through the mandate of Octane and how you are working to stop the capital flight that is happening in the human capital development space of our industry. We appreciate that. Onwards now, I had requested earlier that Professor Bede Anusiong will be on standby. Professor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Prof. I can hear you, Prof. I can also see your video. But it's a bit, okay, that's okay. That's fine. If you're in the office, I don't know. It's like so much light is coming in, but it's all right. It's all right. We can make do with this. Are you sharing your slide or is being shared for you from the control? Prof, do you want to speak later? Can I take you later? It's like you're on the way. Maybe you're going to, when you get to where you're going. I can take you when you get to where you're going. Okay. I don't know. It's I can hear you. David, if someone else can hear Prof, can someone just tell me they can hear Prof clearly in the chat box? Or David, if you can, tell me in the chat box, because I'm struggling to hear him.
Okay, I can hear him, but he needs to speak up.
Okay, Prof, can you make your audio a bit better? I don't mind right now, Prof. You can turn off your video, and just speak to us since you're not sharing slide. Turn off your video and just speak to us.
Okay, I'll turn off the video. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, it's still a bit faint though. Prof, if you don't mind, let me say again. Prof, just a moment. Oh, is this you, Professor? Is this you?
Yes, are you hearing me now?
Oh, this is much better, Professor. This is much better.
Okay. Thank you. So can I speak now?
Yes, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bede Anusiong is from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. I would allow Prof tell us his designation, and then Prof, please, you have 10 minutes, just talk to us. Before I let you start, I would like to call on Mr. Solomon Edebiri, the president of NIW, to please be on standby. You'll be going after Prof. Mr. Edebiri, I've seen you earlier. Be on standby. Thank you. Prof, you have 10 minutes. Kindly go now.
Okay, thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol, I want to thank the Ncdmb for this opportunity. I am Professor Bede Anusiong, the director of the Center of Excellence on Local Material Substitution at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. So we all know that there is really a big or a huge gap between the oil and gas and the university training. The Ncdmb had done a lot by establishing these centers of excellence, but there is still a problem, which is what I want to share. And that problem is that in a center, to solve a problem today, it involves interdisciplinary collaboration. In my center, we have scientists and researchers from different fields, materials and metallurgy, chemistry, soil science, microbiology, petroleum, and many other disciplines. Many of these scientists or researchers have not seen the oil industry before. They don't know much of what is happening in the industry. So it becomes an uphill task, ask them to generate a problem or to generate a solution to the problem in the oil and gas, because they have not been there. They have not seen anything. Only maybe a very small percentage may have worked briefly in the oil industry before coming into the university. So you discover that it will be difficult for somebody to give what he does not have. So my suggestion, which I want to make to this meeting, is that the Ncdmb should organize regular lectures for these scientists and researchers in the oil and gas, either through visual meetings, so that he can get people from the oil and gas and start talking to the researchers so that they will know what is happening in the oil and gas so that they can contribute effectively. If they don't know what is happening, there is no way they can solve the problem or help or contribute in solving the problem that is in the oil and gas. The essence of the centers of excellence is that the scientists can now collaborate with the players in the industry to be able to solve problems and have local solutions to the problems and challenges we have in the oil and gas. But at present, there is that gap and that knowledge gap between what is happening and what the scientists already have their tools for research and all others, but they need knowledge of what is ongoing in the oil and gas. As a director, I've personally tried to contact some personnel in the oil and gas to give my people some talks on some areas, but such efforts have proved abortive, either that we don't have the resources to pay for the honorarium, or that the people are not really willing to share their knowledge or whatever with the scientists. So this is where Ncdmb has to come in and bring the players here from the oil and gas, and bring also the scientists and researchers in the universities, and we come together and rub mind and share and get enlightened so that we can make effective contribution. And that has a positive impact on the students, because the researchers and scientists are actually the people who are training these students that will say they don't have skills, that they cannot fit into the industry. If the people that are teaching them do not know what is happening in the industry, how will they let the students know? So this type of collaboration, not only lectures, if possible, 1 week, 2 weeks internship to expose some of them to practical happenings. They will just get to the industry to see things for themselves, how things are happening. Those working in drilling can go to the drilling section and look around and see what is happening there. Those in different areas can also go 1 week, 2 weeks, look at what is happening in those places. It will give them a better picture to visualize and to conceptualize some things and some solutions.
Have the panelist link.
Okay.
I should join.
Should I stop? Hello?
No, please go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. So please, as I said, that is my main contribution and suggestion to this great meeting. So Ncdmb should look into that area, because it will really rub off well on the students, because whatever experiences gained by the researchers and scientists, they will transmit to the students they are training. You will see the impact in the students by the time they are coming out. So that's what I want to submit. I want to thank the Ncdmb for this particular opportunity, and I believe that they will look into this area and they make possible adjustments in their program to accommodate this type of training for scientists and researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bede, Director of the Excellence Center at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Now, for those who may not know, the Excellence Centers have been set up by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board across certain universities in every geopolitical zone in the country. And these Excellence Centers, you've heard what Prof said it is set up to do. He's left recommendations on how we can make it better. And trust me, the Ncdmb is arguably, for me, government's most listening and interactive agency. Prof, they've taken that to heart, and I'm sure would continue with these conversations even after this workshop. Thank you very much. Onwards now, we will go to the next industry body that will be addressing us. Mr. Solomon Edebiri is the president of the Nigerian Institute of Welding. Mr. Edebiri, please, can you come online, say something, turn on your video, let me hear you and be sure.
Yeah,
that
my video is on. Richmond, good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you again, sir.
Yeah, it's a pleasure seeing you again. And good
Awesome.
morning, everybody.
Yes. Are you sharing your slide?
Yeah, I would like to share.
Okay, please go ahead. I'm sure you have the access. It has been given to you.
No, I don't have the access. You cannot share, you can't start screen sharing while the other participant is sharing. One participant is sharing.
David, can you see to that, please?
Okay, I can share now.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Your time starts, 10 minutes.
Okay. Once again, good morning, everyone. And I want to thank the HCDmb for this workshop. It has become customer of HCDmb, and I hope it continues so we can continue to learn every day on it.
Sorry, Mr. Debris, hold on. Somebody is speaking in the background. Can you mute yourself, please? And David, if you can mute anybody who is speaking that is not supposed to be speaking, thank you.
Can I continue?
By all means, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Today's theme is unlocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training curricula and education to meet the human capacity needs of the Nigerian oil and gas industry and its linkage sector. Now, I'm going to be focusing on a specific area, and that will be on harmonizing curricula for skills training and standards for certification schemes in the oil and gas industry, aligning them with other sectors. Now, we cannot continue to treat the oil and gas industry in isolation with other sectors. And because I will continue to do that, we are trying to push that the oil and gas industry utilize services that are not needed by other sectors. And of course, we know that is not true. I'll give an example from here. There are a lot of skills that are common to oil and gas industry and other sectors. The skills that are relevant in the oil and gas industry, for instance, in manufacturing and engineering, you see welding, electronics, marine, that way you have diving, underwater intervention and all that, and repairs. You have the construction skill as well. You have the electrical skill. You have drilling and completion skills. A lot of skills. Most of these skills are equally relevant to other sectors. And so we therefore cannot continue to treat the oil and gas industry in isolation. Now, I'm going to try and stay within the 10 minutes. Let's see how I can do that. The current status is competent skilled personnel are in short supply. By the time you interact with the industry, you come to realize that competent skilled personnel, there are a lot of personnel who have been trained, who have gone through process of training. However, how competent are they? This is still an issue as far as the Nigerian industry is concerned. Training approach vary across providers for the same skill. This sector, this industry is providing its training in one direction. The other one is using another approach, and there is no harmonization of the approach to training. That is also an issue in the industry. Curricula are proliferated due to emphasis on international certifications. I do not have a problem with international certifications. They are good. But however, most international certifications are also local to those countries that import them here. So that export them here. So we must therefore begin to look at domesticating these certifications, this scheme in Nigeria, so that at least it can be made available and affordable and accessible to all. Operators insist on specific certification linked to a specific nation. For instance, a German company in Nigeria who want to use German certification, a British company who want to use British certification, so forth and so on. But however, with what Standard Organization is doing with a wide range of sectors in terms of standard creation, adoption, and domestication of standards, we are able to bring various country standards together and domesticate it in Nigeria, harmonize it, and use it indeed. So we can have one standard that everyone can use. There's still a lot of influx of foreign skilled personnel due to competency issues. These are issues that certainly need to be addressed. For instance, we had issues with the last AKK pipeline, and a lot of, there was a battle between bringing people from India, bringing people from China to do the work. And a few people were sent for further training at Kaduna Polytechnic. However, these people were not trained to go back to the work, to go back to work, to go back to that project. They were trained as CSRO. So how does that help the Nigerian system? So there are a lot of issues that still need to be addressed in terms of competency issues. Now, what are the actions required? The training and certification for skills required in the oil and gas industry need to be harmonized and aligned with the national skill qualification framework. They need to utilize national operational standards developed by various key sectors for the development of curriculum for every skill. Even the World Skill Council utilize national operational standards and key sectors to develop national operational standards that is utilized across the world. Now, they encourage countries to develop, to use the sectors, the skill sectors, to develop their standards, the operational standards, where curriculum can be derived from and utilized. Nigeria currently working with the World Skills Council. However, in order to get Nigeria to be at that point, Nigeria has been aligned with Germany. Germany is mentoring Nigeria on the use of skill sectors, develop national occupation standards, and then derive your curriculum from there, and then train the personnel in that direction. So it is something that we need to completely imbibe in Nigeria. The NBTE, who is championing the regulator of the National Skill Qualification Framework, is doing a lot to ensure that this NSQF is enshrined in the totality of our industry. It mustn't be limited to oil and gas. It mustn't be limited to communication. It must not be limited to construction. It is total. International certification to be accommodated as complementary. You cannot live in global isolation. You cannot live alone in your own entity. We have to work with others. But the point is, while working with others, we cannot allow them to drown our own national interests and national certification system, national educational policy, national skill development process. We cannot. We will learn from them, utilizing them as our benchmark factors. And where we need to adopt anywhere, we can adopt. But paramount in all this is the development of our own national occupation standards to develop skills training curriculum so that we can domesticate what we do. Now, domestication of certification system. The need for industry to leverage on the established NSQF. The National Skills Qualification Framework is a system for the development, classification, and recognition of skills, knowledge, understanding, and competencies acquired by individuals. The framework promotes lifelong learning and provides quality assurance and recognition. Now, this NSQF is set up for the whole country. For instance, in welding, Nigerian Institute of Welding is the awarding body, the authority responsible for welding coordination under the NSQF. We have those in charge of building. We have those in charge of electrical. We have those in charge of computer. All these are under the National Skill Qualification Framework. So the meaning of this is a big portfolio that can accommodate any skill as long as the skill sector can develop the national occupation standard. So we don't have to. And this national occupation standard can be benchmarked against the world best practice. What are the benefits of adopting this NSQF? For instance, it provides us a robust system for the development of curricula using occupational standards developed by the various sector skills council in the country. So just like the previous speaker had said, the industry needs to take ownership. Now, every skill belongs to a specific sector in the industry. So this sector know what is happening in the industry. So in their own sector, so what do? They come together and develop occupational standards for that sector. And at the end of the day, for a particular skill, that is adopted and curriculum is developed from there to train the personnel. And this is being supervised, monitored, and controlled by the MBTE. Now, standards can be developed for every skill using this system. Curricula can be harmonized. We can look at what is happening in this area, what is happening in this area. Are they similar? Then we harmonize the curriculum, take the best out of the mix. And that is what is important and what is good in this NSQF system. You can take the best out of it, harmonize. You can take the international standard. Look at what we do here. Look at what is happening in our industry. Because definitely most of these things are not the same. Environment matters as well. Tailor it to our environment. And at the end of the day, come with a robust curriculum for that particular skill. Training can easily be aligned with industry needs because this occupational standard is coming from the industry. It's not coming from the classroom. And then you take it from the industry into the classroom for development. Now, there's flexibility can be created in the sense that you can look at what is going in the industry and say that this scheme, this curriculum cannot work anymore. So therefore, what do? You go back to the skill sector council and the new occupational standard is developed, or the old one is reviewed to accommodate changes that have occurred in the industry in recent times. And in same manner, certification can be harmonized because if every certification is tailored towards the NSQF, then we can harmonize everything and say, look, this is the certification standard we are going to adopt. The NSQF is flexible. A lot of progressive work is being done, and a lot of changes can be made to accommodate the industry. Now, it creates room for internship. One of the issues today is you train people, and they go around looking for jobs. Nigeria, both the oil and gas industry and others should create the opportunity for people trained to go for internship. Now, to fully consummate the NSQF, once you finish training, you're supposed to be monitored in the industry on how you are practicing, how you are undertaking the skill that you have been trained in. So all these lead to proficiency. It leads to absolute competency because you have been trained, you have been certified in the classroom, in the workshop. You now go to the industry for further monitoring to practice. If internship system, apprenticeship system is developed, this process can help, can make this process work better. Now, this scheme also provides opportunity for self-development. You can be in industry. For instance, I'll take welding as an example. If you are a structural welder and you are not attached to an industry to work, and this industry is a fabrication industry, while you are there in the fabrication workshop and they are into a lot of piping, you can begin to develop yourself in pipe work. You can begin to learn how to wet pipe. It could take you a year, it could take you 2 years. But at the end of the day, you go back to the awarding body to say, oh, I have now trained as a pipe welder. I have now trained as a fabricator. I like to be tested. I like to be assessed. The awarding body will send a verifier and they assess you. Once that's okay, you can be given the certificate, you can be certified. So it is a robust system that allows us to do a lot. Now, to make this system work, a synergy is required. And what is this synergy? We have the industry. We have the regulators, which is MBT. We have SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, who develop standards for every sector in the country. We have the Sector Skills Council. Of course, we have the awarding bodies and training providers. Awarding bodies cut across every sector, and training providers also cut across every sector. The universities, the polytechnics, the private training centers are all training providers. However, in developing these training programs, universities are beginning to realize that you cannot just go into the university and have your degree and come out. For instance, we are currently working with Federal University of Petroleum Resources on a double certificate system where you go into the university to acquire a degree. But while you are there, the university walk you into learning a skill. Of course, they're setting up a production center. Now, when you go through that, you either come out with a certificate in plumbing, a certificate in mechanical work, certificate in fitting, certificate in welding. You have been certified to the relevant certification system. That is working. So for us to provide effective training and certification system for personnel in Nigeria, for the oil and gas industry, and in alignment with other sectors, the industry, the regulators, the sector skill council, awarding bodies and training providers must come together, form a synergy to get this done. The skill sector council, coming from the industry, certainly know what the gaps are and what should be tied into the curriculum development, into the operational standard. And once this is done, the regulator, NBTE, of course, the standards will have been taken from SON. The regulators approve this, and the awarding body takes this and train the personnel for the industry. So everybody must work together. And if we can do this, Nigeria will be better for all. I mean, it's not about talking about welding or how welding can progress, cannot progress. We must look at this industry.
Hello, Mr. Debury.
Yes, please.
I've been trying to get attention in the chat box. You are well over 10 minutes right now. So
okay, I'll be rounding up in a minute. So we must do that. In conclusion, the NSQF is a route taken by many advanced countries. For instance, Germany, South Africa, India, and a lot more. Canada, Britain have the NVQ. With the right synergy, we can develop and implement a robust education, training, and certification system for skills in the Nigerian industrial sector, aligning them with the Nigeria National Skill Qualification Framework. So I hope we'll get to do this. And I thank you all for listening, and I wish us a successful last day of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Debury. Thank you very much. I'm really pressed for time, and I'm forced to do something right now. It appears that my speakers are not, apart from Professor Bede kept to time. So I'm going to appeal to all the other speakers. I'm going to be really strict with the time right now. To help me serve you better, talking to my speakers, I am forced to cut down the speaking time now to 7 minutes. Forgive me. Octon took quite a bit of time. NIW has taken quite a bit of time. So I'm appealing to the speakers now. Please, it has to be 7 minutes. And since I'm not able to get attention on the chat box, I will have to come online as I'm doing and ask you very kindly to round off when you're done speaking. Can I have Professor Alabi Shoneye, Professor Alabi Shoneye, Dean School of Postgraduate Studies? If you are there, can you please come online now? Of the University of Lagos. If he is not there, I will have to make progress. Okay, so I have to make progress if he's not there. Can I call on the Dean?
Prof, should please unmute his mic. His mic is muted.
Oh, it is?
Yes. It's on, but his mic is muted.
Oh, okay. Let me speak with him then. I'm not even seeing him on my line. Prof, I've not even seen him on my line. Grid view.
You can see him as yes. Okay. Let's take it. Richmond, I think we can go to the next person. If,
yes. I'm going to the next person. No problem. I've waited long enough. University of Benin, representing the Vice Chancellor is Dr. Ikponwosa Ohehe. Is Dr. Ikponwosa Ohehe on the line? Dr. Ikponwosa Ohehe, please come on. If we're having issues with Dr. Ikponwosa, I can still move on now to ABAC. Dr. Ikponwosa Ohehe is the HOD Petroleum Engineering Department at University of Benin. If he's not there, I can very well make progress to the next person as well. Okay, we'll have to run. We're pressed for time. You are here. Okay, say something if you're here. Are you in the panel? Because David, he appears to be on the other side of this meeting. I think he's on the other side of this meeting. So let me see who I have here. I don't think I have any other of my speakers on the panelist segment of this meeting, David. At least for this session. I see Professor Labishone. Okay, you are here now. You are muted. Your video is on. Can you say something?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you just came on with your video and audio now. Please go ahead, Prof. 7 minutes is the time. Just walk us through your presentation. If you going past 7 minutes.
Share my slide?
Yes, of course you can. You have that opportunity. Every panelist has been allowed to share their slide. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Just 1 minute. Oh, sorry.
Okay, following Professor's 7 minutes presentation will be Dr. Ohehe from the University of Benin. Dr. Ohehe, can we get Dr. Ohehe into the panelist, David, please? So that once he is done, Dr. Ohehe will just go immediately for another 7 minutes. I will appreciate that. Let's bring all our panelists into the panelist section. Some of them, I think, are in the attendees section. Excuse me. Professor Shonai, are you ready for me?
Yes, I'm about ready. Just 1 minute. I'm trying to get the slide again.
And if Dr. Ohehe will be sharing a slide, Dr. Ohehe, can you please get your slide ready?
Can you see my slide now?
I can see your screen, but I don't see any I don't see letters and what. I'm just okay. Fine, it's coming on. Okay. It's coming on. Just go full slide. It is on now. Please go full slide and walk us in 7 minutes. I beg your pardon. 7 minutes.
I will try to do it in less than 7 minutes.
You will get an award from the president if you do that. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My topic is as shown on the screen. I'm to talk on blocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training, curriculum, and education to meet the human capital needs of the ORG industry and its leakage sector. Definitely, we, as a part of my introduction, we know the development needs and possibilities do change over time. So also the expectation from industries. Well, let me congratulate Ncdmb for its efforts in the industry and also the stakeholder partners for their activities. The question we need to ask ourselves is, to what extent have these activities flown into the curricula being used by our training organization? I'll be looking at this from the university perspective. I'm the dean of the University of Lagos Postgraduate School, so I'll be looking at it from the regular degree programs. Well, I won't waste time on this, but these are the targets, the key targets in the oil and gas industry from the university perspective. A standard curriculum must include a very robust introduction and background, what to learn in the program, the course aim and objectives, the target participants, admission and graduation requirements, courses and modules, core courses and modules, the training formats, location and duration of training, coordination and inquiries, then the performance assessment methods. The expectation is that a good curriculum must address the pressing industry demand, must be well structured and interactive, and should accommodate ideas and experiences beyond the borders. The idea of indigenous knowledge is not compromisable. It must support also transfer of knowledge locally and beyond in allied fields, must be able to adapt to ICT uses and with relevant case studies. And distinctly, it must establish what is to be achieved. Responsibilities, mandates of a university, for instance, is different from that of polytechnics, is different from that of technical colleges, vocational training institutions. But what do we see in the country today? Many of our technical colleges, many of our polytechnics are now being converted to universities, yet we cannot fund them. We have a lot of broken calendar, and so we have a lot of issues from the university perspective. The procedure involved in designing a review of curriculum is really very tedious. Sometimes it takes years because you need to formalize, you need to test run, you need to validate and see that what you have is actually what the industry needs and so on. I will not waste much time on that. But we have a lot of challenges, and that is, I think, why we are having this discussion. There is undue interference from the NUC and its accreditation bodies. For instance, at undergraduates, they are now also going into the postgraduate, which is really unnecessary and unjustifiable. The idea is that the university knows what is needed in its own region. Nigeria is a very big country culturally, it's a very big country geographically, it's a very big country in terms of resources. So what may work for Niger Delta may not work for the Sahel region, may not work for the Savannah region. So the university should be able to have some flexibility on what they do. Of course, they talk of minimum requirements, but that minimum sometimes is beyond minimum. And we have a lot of stories going on that. Then there is a poor cohesion between the funders and the partners in terms of relationships, in terms of collaboration, in terms of partnerships, both locally and beyond. Now, can curriculum stand alone? No. There must be adequate infrastructure to support it, currency of equipment duly serviced and upgraded, efficient staff, train the trainers programs, and so on. Now, the next item is that what are we doing town and gown? Academia cannot do it alone. Yet, we have some of us in the university that are not competent anymore because what they were used to train then had changed. And some are still not ready to change, to improve themselves. Yet, we have some that are into some monetical issues. And above all, some are highly unwilling to actually throw into the well and then follow what is actually standard in the industry. This is affecting our curriculum. I can give an example of so many of these. Curricula that have been developed since 1962 are still being operational in some places. I still look at some papers where they are still talking of Ivory Coast instead of Côte d'Ivoire. They are still talking of all those names that have changed. Some of the lecturers are still using the notes that they were taught, they were used to teach, or they were taught with in the 70s. Then what of our professionals? Of course, there is this segment between the industry and the academia. And you now discover that when the people, those in the industry are retiring, that's when they now remember the university. So we are not surprised to see septuagenarians now apply to university to do one program and then get retired or even die there. Some will now look for a job where they want to spend the rest of their life, having spent their prime ages in the other side. The industry experience that is required, there should just be a way of integrating this. The last slide, I think the idea is still gown and town, gown and town, gown and town. The university should be able to move into the paradigm shift arena, whereby all these listed are able to, we are able to integrate this into our degree programs, both for the bachelor's and postgraduate programs. In our University of Lagos, for instance, we have a program whereby students come up with the idea to demonstrate their career and their competence in some related fields. The university goes out to register companies for them and then provide non-interest loans to support them to a large extent. Well, I think the HCD training programs will also adapt this as part of the training, part of its curricula, as the case may be. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Trust me, you will be getting that award because you finish in less than 7 minutes. It's just that the president is attending their party convention. I would have called him right away, but don't worry. I'll speak with him once I'm done with this event.
I can understand.
Thank you very much. Onwards now, Dr. Ohenhen, I see that you are online. You are where you need to be. Dr. Ohenhen, please come online, unmute, turn on your video, say something before I pass it on to you for 5 minutes. Dr. Ohenhen.
I'm here. Good evening. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Ohenhen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Dr. Ohenhen, you have 5 minutes. Please take it away.
All right. So everything I'm going to say here is just going to be my own opinion. I'm presenting the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lilian Imetian Salami of the University of Benin. Today's talk is about unlocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training curricular education to meet the human capital needs of Nigerian oil and gas industry and its linkage sector. But first of all, the question I'm going to ask first is, will petroleum, so-called fossil fuel, vanish and be replaced by renewable energy in much anticipated energy transition? If this is a no, then will income for petroleum continue to drive economic sector of Nigeria? I think yes. Do we need the petroleum education in Nigeria? That's a yes. Then the question is, why is there a very low synergy on petroleum education in Nigeria? Now, the basic fact that we know is that we have various petroleum assets in Nigeria. We have the bitumen, which is considered the solid. We have the liquid natural hydrocarbons, especially crude oil, and then the natural gas. And then the petroleum, these hydrocarbon assets continue to be a major source of income in Nigeria. Now, the issue is, who are the major players in this petroleum education? We have the federal government, which includes the PTDF, the Ncdmb, which is here today. We have the private sector, which comprises mainly of the petroleum industry. We also have the academia in their petroleum centers, and we have the alumni of the various universities and schools of technologies everywhere. Now, the issue is I'm going to come about some of the issues and what is really petroleum education. It is the training and consistent development of human resource towards the effective exploitation, processing, and utilization of petroleum resources and products to achieve desired objectives of the society. Now, what are the desired attributes? We have qualitative general core knowledge. We also have functional value-driven, and we have adaptive Nigerian environment. Now, what is currently happening is that what are we currently doing? Is this business model sustainable in the tertiary education? What I mean by sustainable is it something that meets the values and the needs of the society today, tomorrow, and the future, with best practices and all activities and operation? I think it's a no. And therefore, the petroleum family, which consists of NNPC, PDDF, the Ncdmb, and all other people, and then we have the petroleum industry, which consists of the ExxonMobils, the Shells, and the others, the IOCs, and the national oil companies. And then we have the academia. What is currently happening? Now, first of all, we have core disciplines in the petroleum education. We have geosciences, we have the engineering, which comprises of the petroleum engineering, the mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and so forth. We also have the technology and the technical aspect. Also, we have allied disciplines, which consist of social sciences and the petroleum law and all of that. We have centers, universities, school of technologies, technical educations. Now, what are these major tools that we use here? We have corporate training in classrooms and seminars. We have functional laboratories and computer-based equipment, and we have industry-based researches. So what are the problems we are having now? We have many uneducated graduates, not effectively trained and developed, non-adequately trained or qualified faculty members, too many petroleum education centers, non-effective business models for petroleum education, the present model which we currently have, is currently not working. And therefore, we must adapt this system that we currently have to a new system, a new business model that will work. Now, a typical example of them is they have many that are not qualified to read engineering or whatever they are. They have no proper incentives and direction or best practices for trainers and even the students. And then even the recruitment processes of the academia is a bit skewed. And also we have not properly motivated teachers. And even when you go to the classrooms, they are not adequate. Broken desks, broken chairs, the building is not fit enough. And we have updated labs and non-functional computers and all of that. And the students have minimal visit to the industry and ITs and all of that. Now, what should we do? We have to then synergize properly. Who are these people we should be synergizing with? The federal government. We have the federal government. We have the petroleum industry. We even have somehow the
Dr. N.
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
N. Thank you very much. It's 5 minutes on the dot now. As I said, I'll have to be making these interventions. It is absolutely necessary because of the constraint of time. My apologies.
All right, so sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, onwards now. We will go from the universities to the technical vocational training centers, if you like, or technical schools, if you like. I would like to begin with Government Technical College, ABAC, GTC ABAC. The principal of GTC ABAC, if you are on the call, please, can you say something so I can see? I can hear rather and see your video turned on. Can you please say something? I will also be looking for the principal of GTC Amoli. If any of the two of you are here, if the two of you are here, I will appreciate it if they principal, are not. Say again.
Government Technical College, Amoli.
Oh, okay, Martino Niechi, that's you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the call. Please, you can take the stage for the next 5 minutes. Stage is yours.
Greetings to all of you. And my topic is unblocking and enhancing the effectiveness of training curriculum and education to meet the human capital needs of the Nigerian oil and industry and its linkage. My names are Onyechi Martina Chioma, the principal at Technical College, Amoli. Technical education are bases through which effective human capital development and sustainability in oil and gas sector are being achieved. Nearly everyone recognizes the value and benefits of workforce training. So capacity affects curriculum to enhance human capital development in oil and gas. The linkage sector is, if we don't connect the teachers for more training, at times, it is very difficult to inculcate this knowledge to students or to learners. In Nigeria today, we realize that capital development in human is better than other things we are doing so that it can enhance the upliftment of our economy. There is a need for education sector from technical college, polytechnics, and universities in Nigeria to develop a training curriculum sustainable for human capital development in oil and gas sector. There should be a subject and curriculum variable for schools targeting production of workforce to feed the needs of Nigerian oil and gas sector. These people we are talking about are the youths, the people that will come up tomorrow to feed this field so that production will be enhanced. We are talking about Nigerian youths walking about the streets. Reasons are because some of them are not technical inclined. And I know that oil and gas industry has the ability to inculcate this knowledge to students via their teachers. Ways through which this effective curriculum can help and capacity needs the Nigerian oil and gas sector and its linkage. The direct expenses is in the oil and gas. Oil and gas is an industry, fundamentals and complex, and they are really taught at the high schools level. Reasons is that those teachers that are supposed to teach these courses are not being intimated. Because if teachers are intimated, they can be able to inculcate this to students. In most schools, technical colleges, these courses are not being taught. Reasons are the sector and the technologies and the schools don't marry themselves. What I'm advising is that if that we can achieve our aim through oil and gas sector, we have to come down to train these teachers via continuous assessment training. We are saying that training and the retraining of high schools and technical colleges is very, very important. I witness it because some things has been done in my school where they send teachers to view the way they can use projectors to teach students. This thing yielded fruits because any child you are trying to inculcate a knowledge to, looking at projectors, we get the practical knowledge of this thing we are trying to inculcate. So I encourage that universities, students, while being in school, should better be trained in this field by going to the field, because the competitive market will not allow them to learn this trade after leaving their universities. Reasons are...
Madam Onyechi, my apologies, it's 5 minutes. We're really pressed for time. I hope you understand. But you can share the content of presentation with the organizers.
I'm already concluding.
If you don't mind, ma'am, it's 5 minutes and I have to move on, please. I'm strictly on a lean time schedule here. Thank you very much. Please share the content with the organizers. They will then pass it on to the panelists and to Ncdmb, and we'll carry it on from there. Thank you so very, very much. Okay, onwards now to the panel session. I would go, and this panel session, we are looking at strengthening and improving the capacity and capabilities of institutions, technical and vocational educational institutions, polytechnics and universities. I'll just quickly bring up the panel members who I have here, and they will do justice and drive the session. So thank you all very much. You've been far too kind. First off, I have on this panel from the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRUM, Professor Akpofore. Prof, please say something and let me be sure I can hear you. I know you've been on the line. Your video has been turned on since. Do say something, Prof, please. Is a panel. I just want to be sure you are connected, and then I will pass it on to the moderator who will drive the panel. Please say something. While I'm waiting for Prof, our next panelist is from the Nigerian Board of Technical Education, Mohammed Yusuf, representing the Executive Secretary. Mohammed Yusuf, good morning. Please say something.
Good morning. Good morning to all participants. Good morning to you, moderator.
Thank you very, very much, Mohammed, and welcome. Prof. Akpofore, I'm still waiting to hear from you. We also have Professor Bede Anusiomu from FUTO. He's on this panel as well. Professor Bede, please confirm you are still on the call. Professor Bede? Okay, I'm waiting to hear from him. Dr. Ama Ikuru the Great. Dr. Ama Ikuru the Great.
Yeah,
Dr. Ama Ikuru the Great is on the panel as well. Dr. Ama, thank you so very much for being on the panel. And then I'm supposed to have a representative from the Rivers State University. I haven't seen you in the panelist section. If you are in the, I see some attendees raising their hands up. Let me see if they are. Okay. Please, if you're from Rivers State University and you are in the attendees section segment of this call, kindly indicate by raise of hand, and David will move you over to the panel session. Our moderator is the Chief Executive Officer of Stars Investment Limited, Irohama Ogwefun. Iro, please confirm you are there. You can hear me. And if you can, please drive this from here.
Yes, I can hear you, Richmond. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Brilliant. Yes, I can hear you, Iro. And so what will happen is I would want you to please, in the next 2-3 minutes, take a look at your chat box. I will communicate with you what time you have for this session. You can take it from here. Those I have called are your panel members who are on the call. If anyone comes on while you're there, I will also let you know. The show is yours, Iro, from here.
Okay, thank you very much, Richmond. I would very much appreciate it if we can have our panelists pinned to the screen so that the participants would know who's speaking at every given point in time. Richmond, if you can help me facilitate that, that would be great. If you can just pin all our panelists. On that note, I would like to once again welcome all the participants who have joined us from around the country and even abroad to engage in this very important discussion about human capacity development in the oil and gas industry. I use the opportunity to welcome my fellow panelists who are here. Professor Akpofure, it's nice to have you. Dr. Ama Ikuru from Ncdmb, it's a pleasure to have you, sir. And Mr. Mohammed Yusuf from the Board of Technical Education, it's also great to have you. Professor Bidi, I don't know if you can turn on your video. I know that you're with us, I can see you on, so that we are sure that you are participating in the panel discussion. So the panel discussion today is looking at strengthening and improving the capacity and capabilities of institutions, which include training in technical education training institutions, polytechnics, universities. This is a very, very important conversation because all that we have heard today stems from the quality of the teaching institutions who are producing the graduates who go on to become members of the workforce in the oil and gas industry and other sectors. So today I'm going to start off first by giving each participant just a minute, please, because we've had a lot of presentations, but I would like to hear your perspective on this particular topic from your own perspective and experience from your organization. What is your take on the roadmap or the challenges or the things that need to be done in order for us to achieve a strengthened capacity and capabilities within the institutions that are involved in training the workforce for the oil and gas industry. So I'll start with Professor Akpofure. Please, the floor is yours. Please remember, you have just 1 minute to hit your points, and then I move on to the next panelist. Thank you. Professor Akpofure, you have the floor, sir. Okay, we can't hear you, but your mic is unmuted. Prof, can you kindly on? His mic is unmuted. Okay, while he's trying to sort out his audio, I would like to just move on to Dr. Ama to take the floor while Professor Akpofure sorts out his audio. Dr.
Okay,
Ama, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Yeah, as far as strengthening of institution goes, for us in the Ncdmb,
Hero, can you hear me?
Okay, Professor, are you back with us?
Can you hear me now?
We can. I think we're almost getting there. So let me just take Dr. Ama and then I'll circle back to you, sir. So please just keep
Okay,
keep your mic.
Let's wait. Okay, take Dr. Aman.
All right, sir. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Amma, for that interruption. Please go on.
Yeah, so for us in the board, we observe that in our human capital development programs, we have to retrain people that have already been trained by the universities. This year, we started a program called the Field Ready Program, because when you take graduates from most of the universities and send them to the industry comes back with the feedback that they're not job ready. They've not been trained to function from day one. So under the Field Ready Program, we got a company to look at, to assess the gap between what these guys ought to have known from the universities, to make them ready for the industry, and what they know, and then come up with a program to fill that gap. Now, the gap you can fill in two ways. I mean, you can take the graduates, or you can make sure that the lecturers can actually, have the infrastructure required to take the graduates. So we've done a few things with some universities. Some universities do not have the right level of laboratory equipment or modern laboratory equipment. I like the professor who said that some universities are using outdated curriculum for their program, a curriculum that was developed in 1962, for instance. I've gone around a few universities. Some universities are using laboratories that were built in the 60s. You have a university using a laboratory that was built in 1965 for 15 students to teach over 100 students in 2022. So the facilities they have are out of sync with what is required to produce the workforce that the modern oil industry requires. What we decided to do as a board, where resources are available, has been to work with the universities and the operating companies to see how we can help some universities upgrade their facility. Obviously, it's not the key mandate of the board to take over the job of the Minister of Education or something, and the sheer size of resources required to modernize the laboratories or infrastructure in the university is something that the board cannot afford. But within the limits of what we have under our human capacity development budgets, we want to continue to work with universities that are within the catchment area of the companies that operate and support what we do to upgrade their facilities. We have a few examples of the ones that we started working already, and we have to plan them and choose them in the sizes that we can manage. Yeah. Once I've said that, I'm sure we'll have an armada of requests coming from all parts of the industry and all of that. But I will crave the indulgence of the universities to take it, in a methodical way. Let them check that it's only for courses that are relevant to the skills required in the industry that the board will select.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amma. Thank you very much, Dr. Amma. I'm sure that we're going to have a very robust discussion on this topic. So I'd like to just give the other panelists an opportunity, and please, like I said, just 1 minute so that we can now go into the meat of digesting the presentations that were shared. So at this point, I'd like to go back to Professor Akpofure. I think Dr. Amma has already introduced a few interesting points that maybe you might address in your 1 minute discussion on this particular topic that we have. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, sir.
Can you hear me? Huh?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. We can hear you very loud and clear.
Oh, good. Just to set the board ruling, it's an appreciation to the board for putting this program together. It's an eye-opener. It's for an opportunity for the universities to outline the gaps that exist between the industry and the academia. Setting the board rolling, we have to look at the topic of discussion, which has to do with the strengthening and improving the capacity and capabilities of the institutions, especially the universities. So while the discussion will be going on, I think there will be need also to really define what was said by capacity and the components that make up capacity. Then generally now review the present circumstances and then share the gaps. Let me give you a good example of what has transpired recently, very recent, at Abuja. I was there during the call-up, the opening ceremony of the Czech's Nigerian Tegel transfer. And I displayed our patent before the organizers. And at the end of the day, a question was asked simple question was asked. Mr. Vice Chancellor, these patents you are displaying here now, why are the Nigerian industrialists not interested in them? And then before I could pick up to answer the question, the president of Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, answered the question for me. To ask simple is that these patents you developed, which of the industry was carried along? If they were not carried along, how can they commercialize what they don't know of? So such a discussion session is quite apt for us to actually see how we can achieve our goal as it concerns HCD come 2027, where we tend to achieve the 70% roadmap of the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kofori. I'm going to be coming back to you with some stronger questions because I see a lot of comments in the chat box that are questions that you must answer as Vice Chancellor of your institution, that are beyond, before we start to take patents and take ideas to the industry, there's some ground and very key foundation that must be laid. There must be some infrastructure in place that even gives industry confidence to engage with the patent or with the ideas that have been brought. So I'm going to come back to you and I'll be throwing some questions to you to enable you discuss the challenges or ideas that you have. But before then, I'd like to bring on Mr. Mohammed Yusuf, very, very important panelist because he's coming, as far as I'm concerned, from a regulator standpoint, very key players in this discussion. So Mr. Mohammed Yusuf, please, can we have your 1 minute comment on the question, on the topic?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My point here is one, first, I would like to appreciate Ncdmb and the panelists and the presenters that made presentation of this session. My points here are one, partnership. We need to strengthen partnership between training institutions and the employers of what these training institutions are producing. Secondly, we need to work on skill-specific training, not generic that is being available in our training institutions. And also to harmonize qualifications or training system that has been moving around different industries, different TVET settings, having its own curricula, and so on and so forth. So if we can have this put in place, I can beat my chest to say, yes, we are on the path of strengthening and improving the capacity and capabilities of our TVET institutions to meet the needs of our employers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. I think I will join you on the list of people getting an award from the president because you kept to your time. It was exactly 1 minute. So please, Richmond, please take note. That's on a lighter note. So now that we have heard from the three panelists, I don't know, Mr. Richmond, if we have any other panelists who have joined us during since we started that I can bring on, but I would like to go right into the discussion between the panelists.
Not yet, Hiro. Please go ahead. Okay,
please. Can I have all my panelists pinned to the screen? Is that possible?
Sorry, there is Professor Allen of Niger Delta University that's just joined us. So
he's just joined?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so Hiro, you have him.
Is that Professor Allen?
Right.
Yes. Okay. All right. Welcome, Professor Allen. Thank you for joining us. We are currently discussing the topic, strengthening and improving the capacity and capabilities of institutions, which include polytechnics, universities, and TVETs. So we'd like to just hear from you, 1 minute, your perspective as to how we can achieve this very important objective for training institutions in line with meeting the needs of the industry.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay, good morning. Because of time, I think what we need to do, most of what needs to be done has been said. I think that what can be done quickly is to do what I may call needs assessment. Most of the issues that we're talking about, resources, are actually out of date. So you have to do what is called needs assessment to know what is functional and available, and to find out the competencies of students. Most of these students that we have already know what they need to be done, but the competence level, you need to actually access it. And also what, another thing that is important is interest. Somebody may have an interest in a different area, meanwhile you are forcing this fellow into something quite different. And of course, the issues of funding are also very important in trying to strengthen the capacity of training institutions to build capacity. So I think that the first thing that needs to be done is for us to do a needs assessment. That will clearly give you the clear direction on what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Allen. So I'm bringing my panelists back on for us to discuss some of the comments that we've heard this morning, as well as some positions that have been taken from the panelists this morning. And Richmond, I'm still waiting for panelists to be pinned, please, so that people can see who is speaking, if it is possible. I will also try to do it on my side. Thank you for supporting with that, Richmond. Okay, so we've had a lot of conversation this morning from Octan to the Excellence Center of Owerri, to the Nigerian Institute of Welding, and most of it has been driven by the quality of the curriculum. We were talking about strengthening the capacity and capabilities of training institutions. I think that the discussion needs to come to the foundation. What is required to make an institution suitable to produce the kind of graduates that will not require Ncdmb intervention after they have graduated from the institutions that we have. We've heard a lot about the infrastructure deficit. We've heard about the curriculum deficits. We've even heard a lot about the quality of the teachers, the deficits there. So I'm asking, and I think I'm going to throw this to Professor Akpofure. From your perspective, I have students, and I'm assuming that there's students or graduates in the chat box who are making references to, we have laboratories and we do not have the chemicals that are required for us to do the trainings. We have computer labs that have no computers. You know, we don't have teachers that are teaching certain subjects or qualified teachers. So Professor Akpofure, how do we contribute significantly to addressing the deficits problem in the foundation for having qualified training institutions that bring out qualified graduates that are ready for the future of the oil and gas industry?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. If you can hear me.
I can hear you, sir.
Very good. You have asked a very fundamental question, and we need to think around it and provide solution. Yes, across the universities, there are obvious deficiency of equipment, personnel, and our brother, Professor Allen, said that there's a need to do needs assessment. But however, let's all start from the aspect of curriculum. Because first and foremost, before you talk of even the laboratory, the curriculum is the one that will define what is expected from the student. I want to speak specifically from the point of view of the Petroleum University. The Petroleum University, where I currently stand as the Vice Chancellor. We have only two faculties in this university, Faculty of Science and Faculty of Engineering. So which means we produce our students directly as according to the mandate establishing us. The mandate establishing FUPRE is to train Nigerians and global citizens for the oil and gas industry. So our curriculum is so specific to us, where examples of what we teach is related to the oil and gas industry. We have also taken a step further to say, yes, there is no way this university can stand. So what we did here was to extend a hand of support. We asked for a hand of support from the oil and gas companies. The very first one example, let me give you a very good example, ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil came and established for us what we call a geology station, where softwares, current softwares, modern softwares and related equipment were installed for the university. We didn't stop there. We wrote a letter to the oil and gas company, Chevron, to say, yes, give us an experienced geologist to come and talk to our students in geosciences. We got that one done. We went to other companies like Cameron Offshore Systems in Port Harcourt. They came to us with Christmas trees, gate valves related for the training of oil and gas. Recently, we had a donation from SNEPCO, a modern ICT center with all facilities. So they said that they are installed smart boards for us to do research. So the fundamental thing here is the curriculum, like I said. Once you have your curriculum well stated, the next gap is what is the content of the curriculum and what do you need to do? So we as a university, we are taking that one very, very serious. And what we're asking for, again, is actually a closer relationship with the industries. I pray that the Nigerian universities should not sit idle. They should come out and plead with the industries. At the moment, we are establishing an MOU, which we are still working on, between my university and the Matriculation Association of Nigeria. The whole idea is that, yes, the universities will be liaising with MAN. MAN has over 2,000 companies under their control. So we can as well say, okay, MAN, lead us to the petrochemical industries. Our students from the chemical engineering department go to this industry that MAN has actually closed the link for. So these are some of the fundamentals.
Thank you very much, Professor.
To actually carry it on board. One.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for points I'm taking from you. Closer relationship with the industry, and need for there to be more heightened collaboration between the industry and the universities to enable them develop their capacity. And I think that's a major point that you have driven. Thank you very much. I'd like to pose my question as well to Professor Allen, who I know he joined us late, but I'd like to hear his perspective on what I'm talking about. How do we strengthen the foundation of these institutions? How do we focus on strengthening curriculum? How do we close the infrastructure deficit that exists? What would be the strategy to do that?
Okay, thank you. In terms of the question you asked, what can be done quickly in terms of making the curriculum robust is what most people have said in the earlier time, that in very many cases, what the institutions teach, are different from what the industries and the companies are requiring of our students. So what we need to do to build a robust curriculum is to engage the industry, in trying to build this curriculum. There is nothing wrong with asking, for instance, Shell or Mobil, their expatriates to come in, to be part of this engagement. There is also nothing wrong in asking them to come and interface, maybe teach some of these relevant courses in terms of the practical engagement. When that is done, then they will come in from the field experience to tell us what they really needs. So in two terms, one is for them to be participants in the curriculum redesigning and also in the classroom interaction. When I say classroom, I'm actually talking about the laboratory, the hands-on experiences. So from what my colleague said, he talked a lot about the curriculum. So to make the curriculum more engaging and acceptive is for the owners of the industry to be part of the design. I think when we do that, it will bring this program to be more acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Allen. I hear you saying curriculum should be industry driven, but I'm also wondering where is the role of the universities, the polytechnics, the regulatory body, the Ministry of Education in also being ahead of the curve and understanding the trends, understanding what is happening within the oil and gas industry, both locally and globally, and then forming a think tank that involves the participation of the industry to bring in their ideas, as opposed to saying, industry, come and tell us what you want, but us also even making suggestions, also bringing the schools, also being educated enough to see what the gaps are, what the opportunities are, because they have done their R&D, they've done their research, they've checked what's happening, not just for today, but even where the world is going in the next 30 years, given that the industry is currently in a transition and there's a lot of new ideas and new repositories coming up. So I hear you, Professor Allen. Thank you very much. Now I want to just dial back to Mr. Mohammed Yusuf, because when Professor Allen was giving his introductory remarks, he made a reference to funding. And I'm sure that if you speak to all the heads of the various training institutions, they'll probably attribute their lack of development from an infrastructural perspective to funding. I see comments in the chat box speaking about the fact that there are organizations that have the mandate to fund these institutions. What is your position on that? We're talking about firming the foundation, but funding is a critical component of that. Ncdmb can't do it all. So who has the primary responsibility, and how do we get them to actually allocate the funds required by the institutions to be what they can be?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and I appreciate the contributions of my learned professors. Funding has always been the issue in improving the quality of our training system in Nigeria. However, I want to look at it at a different angle. We have institutions that were saddled with certain responsibilities, and then we have institutions that run general programs that may not be what the employment ecosystem is looking for. So, meaning that based on what they are producing is not actually required by the labor market. And the little resources available from the proprietors, whether state, federal, or corporate bodies, may not go around to take on general training or to cover all the programs that are being run. So if we are going to strategically define a system whereby institutions are to produce manpower based on the needs of the environment or the economy, then we are going to channel the little resources into that system, and it will produce a qualitative manpower that will be engaged by the employers. We do have universities, polytechnic, all of them running the same course and with a little resources. So it's a big issue. Secondly, without partnership, there is no funding that will be adequate for an school system or university to stand alone and train manpower to meet the needs of the employment. There must be a strong partnership, most especially from the two contexts that my two professors have talked about, the curriculum issue. Before curriculum, there is one critical aspect that is needed to bridge the divide between what the training providers are producing and what the employment is looking forward to. That is occupational standard. Industries here, as you rightly put it, there is going to be a body by the regulators or the federal ministers to see how these industries will be talking to each other. Industries will be the ones to define what is expected of a person that comes out from a system, whether polytechnic or the university. And they do that through what we call occupational standards, meaning that this is the standard requirement, statement of performance expected for somebody who has passed through that system to come out with. So if we can have that, you will see that one, it will reduce the overhead cost on the institution or the regulators in terms of the development of the curriculum. Because by the time you have the occupational standard defined by the industry player, then our professors or the academia will take this occupational standard and develop the training curriculum. And with that, it's gradually going to close the gap between what the training institutions are producing and the employers of labor. The second component is also on partnership opening up their windows for the trainees to have opportunity for internship. The training in the university system or the polytechnic system will not be adequate to produce the competent manpower required by the industry. We call it a simulated environment, meaning that they are only practicing in the laboratories and workshop. And due to scarcity of funds, somebody just made mention, in the laboratories or the workshop, equipment and consumables are not adequate. So if a window is not open for these trainees to have opportunity to be trained in the industry, there will be a gap. And by having that partnership, is gradually reducing the cost of training in the for effective delivery. There is also another component that we need to critically look at. That means the capacity of the instructors, the teachers, and the lecturers. Now we have a funding agency that supports that, but that one is not adequate. Largely what they are going for is academic. They are going for PhDs, they are going for master's degrees, and so on and so forth. And they are missing the critical component that will make them do what they are expected to do better, that is industry experience. So without them being sponsored to go in for this industry experience, the outcome or the output for the system will not be that what is being expected. So also the gap because of scarcity of funding in equipping the laboratories and workshops. So, but all these things are all bothered down on funding. However, if we look at it at the other angle, that if we can have a strong linkage with the employers, there will be an improvement or strengthening the capacity of the outcome from this,
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. I think you've hit some very, very pertinent points. And all I keep hearing is there is pertinent need to have collaboration between the institutions and the industry. And I hope that the institutions realize that the industry is broken up into various parts. Take, for example, the oil producing companies have a group called OPTS, which is a forum where all the IOCs and all the NOCs come together and they discuss and they engage on issues that pertain to them or concern them. That might be a better and more effective platform to collaborate with, as opposed to trying to reach ExxonMobil or Chevron individually. They're also looking at other businesses. I think Professor Apofori made mention of MAN. That is also a great body that, if properly engaged, can add more value in terms of getting industry to drive. There's also the Shipowners Association of Nigeria for the universities that are focused on driving maritime education. That they are the kind of body that consist of over 40 shipowners, who own most of the fleet. So those are the kind of people that we should be engaging with at that level to see how they can work with the training institutions to raise it. But I want to sort of circle back to Dr. Amma. Dr. Amma, and I'm rounding up in about 5 minutes. We've heard a lot about the need for the industry, and everybody knows that Ncdmb is driving, or more or less at the forefront of industry engagement. That linkage of bringing private sector to institutions or even the public sector, Ncdmb has positioned herself as that bridge. So I'm wondering, having heard all the comments coming from the various professors who have been on the call today, calling for heightened participation, not even from just a funding perspective, but even in engaging to develop this curricula. They want the industry to be involved. They want the industry to adopt laboratories. They want the industry to come up with a strategy for IT practical training that their students will be exposed to. What sort of role can Ncdmb play in continuing to be that bridge builder that would help the institutions achieve their mandate, working hand in hand with the members of the oil and gas industry? Dr. Amma, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry that my video is not showing well. I'll fix that after this. But then the board has made significant progress in enabling that linkage between the industry and the academia. The board did set up the 50 million Research and Development Fund, and which has given opportunity for prospective researchers in universities to access funds required for their research in relevant areas in the industry. The board has also come up with what we call the Adopt the Faculty program, in which oil operating and service companies are encouraged to support what is happening in the academia by adopting the faculty and helping them. The board has also, through our human capital development programs, also reached out to a number of universities to find out their need. I'll give you an example. Under the NLNG 27 program, the board decided that 60% of the resources for that project will be expended in strengthening universities. So it started with getting the universities to define exactly what they need. And with that, we are seeing some progress in terms of what the university will get, maybe like a modern innovation center or something in the affected university. We're also working with other universities to see how we can continue to train or support their lecturers. The one program that's really of interest to me is what Total Energy was doing before, in which they selected from across the entire university campuses in Nigeria, new PhDs, and then they send them to maybe MIT for an internship program for a year. During the period, those PhDs, go with their courses and redesign those courses to be in line with what is happening in the best universities in the world. It's something I think we have to do at some point. The board can help, we look at the possibility of working with some universities to help them to benchmark their programs with the best universities. We are thinking about world class. It's not just Nigerian standards alone. So that when we train these graduates, they can compete around the world. It's something that we want to do. The next and the future we talk about will not wait for the next 1 year or 2 years that started. So the board will continue to play the critical linkage role between the universities and the universities, dependent on the resources that we have at our disposal. Yes, you will agree with me, it's not our primary responsibility, but as much as possible, we are talking to the universities, and the board with our limited resources will continue to play that role.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ama, for that very robust response. And I think that the professors listening here are hearing now that there are actually lots of steps and opportunities are available. And if you're not benefiting already from like the Adopt a Faculty program that Ncdmb has, maybe it would be a good time to begin to reach out to see how your institution can benefit. Just the last point, Dr. Ama, that you took, the truth of the matter is that if our teachers are not well trained, if our teachers are not exposed, if our teachers can't even use the technology that is required that we were trying to pass on to the next generation, then they cannot be training graduates for the future. So we really need to go back to the basics, and I'm just trying to wrap up now. I want to thank my panelists for such a that we would like to talk about, and hopefully we will take that at the end of the program during the question and answer session. That is usually very, very enlightening, and I encourage people to stay behind for that. But just to wrap up my thoughts on this, is such a critical point because I'm private sector and I run a marine logistics company that has 12 ships, and we need over 150 to 200 seafarers. Right now, we're already experiencing a death of seafarers in our industry because most of the seafarers that exist are aging. So they are aging and they're phasing out. And we're looking behind the next generation. There's not a lot of them who have come up, who have been trained or trained adequately to industry standards. So coming from a private sector, I see that that is a problem. And we, in our own little way, we have a cadetship training program that is very robust. We've been doing it for over 12 years. We intentionally train cadets from the Maritime Academy or on from other institutions, not for our company to employ, but for the industry, because we recognize the importance. So human capacity development for me as a person and for my organization is very critical. So this was a very, very important discussion. But we also recognize that the foundation is key. So my call to action for the professors who have joined panel session and for Ncdmb represented by Dr. Ama, I'm saying that we need to go back to the basics. We need to look at what needs to be done in terms of curriculum, in terms of the teachers who are going to drive that curriculum. We see that Total Energy has already set a standard. What will it take for us to go back there? How do we refocus our HCD intervention to ensure that the foundation is right? Because if the foundation is not right, everything else is a waste. And then how do we drive sustainability? everything we've spoken about today, how can it be sustained? When Professor Akpofure retires and moves on to something else, and another Vice Chancellor is sitting in FUPRE, what happens to all the initiatives? Do we have a structure in place that ensures that all the good things that come up out of these discussions and the agenda of NCDMB is sustained past everybody that's here? So we really need to take in sustainability, the importance of the foundation being critical and being paid attention to, the quality of the teachers, the infrastructure deficits. How do we get private sector involved, and private sector not individually, but through groups that exist currently, to see how they can see the value in training? How do we bring all these people to the table and get us to hold hands to drive the HCD agenda that is very important? Once again, I thank all my panelists for this robust discussion. I wish we could go on, but Richmond has already prompted me that our time is up, and I thank you for your time this morning. Richmond, I'm handing back to you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Hero. Wonderful moderation. Many thanks to all of your panel members. We appreciate your insights that you've given us. Trust me, when I interact with other sectors of our economy in terms of human capacity development, I am just left appreciating the NCDMB more. I give you a quick instance. Yesterday, I was at an event where a legal luminary stated a case that as it concerns the environment, that most of the judges who oversee the cases for environment in the country are not well versed on the matters and the laws regarding the environment and what they should be doing. Now that took my mind back to what NCDMB is doing in building the capacity of judges across the country. So if the NCDMB has taken this as a charge to ensure that the right capacity is built and the right need is met in the industry, trust me, the NCDMB will work with everybody they need to work with to push and drive this narrative. So to all the professors and the schools that are on the call, as Dr. Ikuru said, it is not their primary responsibility, but I know that they can have conversations with those who should do what they ought to do, and in their only two ways, do what they can to help the industry get the right competencies and capabilities in driving us to the next phase of our development. Many thanks to all of you on the panel. Many thanks to you, Hero. I just want to appeal to my distinguished attendees that we will skip this short comfort break we're supposed to have now. We will just go over to the German Engineering Foundation, who are on standby to talk to us. We will take that presentation. We will then listen to a few beneficiaries of the HCD training from NCDMB. We will then, so at some point in there, take a bit of a stretch, stretch our legs, stretch our hands, the usual thing we would do to break the boredom and increase assimilation. We'll then settle back down and go through the panel that will be handed by GM of Research Statistics at the NCDMB. Once we're done with that, we'll break for lunch. Everybody will be expected to go and have lunch, and we'll return after lunch and continue with proceedings for the rest of today's event. On that note, I want to thank you again for your time, your patience, your understanding. Trust me, you are the best virtual audience an MC could ask for in a day like this. So thank you very much. Onwards now, I go to the German, one second, please. The German Engineering Federation, VDMA. Now, today, the VDMA is represented on this call by two of their experts. First off is Dr. Norbert Valka, and Dr. Chukuma Ona is the next. But today, I will be introducing the man who will be speaking to us from the German Engineering Federation. Now, the Germans are reputed to have developed technology to drive their economy, whether in engineering, whether in automobile, whether in energy and the oil and gas industry. The Germans have done something right, and that is developing and growing homegrown technology. Now, part of the things that came off the very first session we had today is the question around getting international certifications. Is it really necessary? If it is necessary, how can we domicile those things? How can we strengthen the likes of Octan and ensure that they're issuing these things for Nigerians and Africans? What role can the likes of VDM play in that regard is just my own questions, I'm hoping we'll get answers to. Let's hear what they can do in ensuring that we leverage international collaboration to accelerate capacity building in our industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, taking that presentation for the next 30 minutes. Again, I appeal to you to please keep it to 30 minutes. Thank you for understanding. I'm told that will be communicated to you. I hope it has been communicated to you. So you'll be speaking for 30 minutes. He is the head of Educational Policy International at the German Engineering Federation, VDMA. I yield the stage to you now, Dr. Norbert Volker. Now, Dr. Norbert, please tell me if I pronounce your name right. If I didn't, teach me how to pronounce it. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you. You pronounced it very well. Thank you for that. And thank you for the invitation to speak here. Let me just try now to do the. Can you see now my presentation?
Yes, please, I can see it.
All right, but it doesn't want to go. No, okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you, everybody. And thank you for the invitation to speak here. I was listening just a while to all the comments, and it was very interesting for me to listen to all that. And yeah, let me tell you what.
Can you share your video, please?
Hello?
Hello, can you share your video, please, so we know we can see you?
Is it not shared? Wait a second. No, video starten. Okay. Let me quickly check this one. Maybe somebody has to switch it on. I don't know, because I have my camera is on. I can only switch off the video. That's interesting. But it is switched on.
Just leave it on and carry on. We'll see if we can do something.
Yeah, it should be there. I think so. Yeah. Let's see if you can find to the way to so that you can see. Wait a second. Let me check this one here. Now it was fine. It was my mistake. It was still on the computer's camera. Yeah. So now I think I can be seen, and you see my presentation, right?
Yes, please.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So let me start. Yeah, it was, as I was saying, very interesting to listen to some of the comments and questions and requests regarding vocational education and training and skills at all for industry. Yeah, I'm speaking from the German Engineering Industry Association. This is the biggest. Now to switch on to the next slide. What is going on? Need to work on that. No, it's not changing to the next one. Why not?
Hello, Doctor. You may want to come off sharing and then share again.
You mean to share and share again?
Yes. Log out from sharing and then share again.
Video. All right, now I hope you can see it again.
Yep.
That is not changing to the next slide.
Try using the scroll button. See if it's going to change with the scroll, just the scroll button. Like you're scrolling. Let's see if it's
No, it's not working.
It's not working.
No, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah. So as I was starting, we are the biggest association all over Europe with roughly about 3,400 member companies, which we put into 39 sector associations. And when you think about German technology, and you mentioned already, when you said we have done something right in the way of industry and manufacturing. So these member companies are representing all what German technology has to offer. As I said, we put them into 39 sector associations, which I show you here. So you find everything from agricultural machinery down to woodworking machinery, and in between, for sure, all what is necessary and in discussion now on with energy things and waste treatment and recycling things, um, uh, circular economy and things like that. This you can all find here, and those are the companies which are our members. And what we do with these members, we have three things to do. Is one thing is we advocate, so we are the voice for these companies, because most of these member companies, as you can see here, are predominantly medium-sized. And we all know that governments very often they just see the big companies, but they don't see the small and middle-sized companies. And if you put all these voices together and form out of that one voice, you have also something to say to the government. And we are an independent association, and that means that we listen to our companies, what are their needs, and this we focus then also towards our government. And we also do a lot of service for our companies. That means when I say we listen to them, whenever there's any kind of question, just for example, one question, making business in African countries, they will call us, and then we put the information together to them how to do so and what is the need and where's the network and things like that. Besides that, we are doing a lot of network for them. So we bring those companies together. Before the Corona pandemic, we had roughly about 65,000 meetings, 65,000 people coming to VDMA in Frankfurt. This is where our head offices are. And there they exchange all the knowledge about everything they can discuss. We organize these kind of meetings so that they have the chance really to share the knowledge and share their needs and everything around that. So those companies in Germany, they play a very important role because they employ roughly about 1.35 million people. They have a big sales and an export share of about 80%. And here I put in fat letters, they are the backbone of vocational education and training in Germany with a rate of about 7%. So this is a big portion. And I will tell you in the next slides why the German companies are doing so. And it was mentioned before, we need skilled people to do all this manufacturing and to be on the top notch with this kind of things, especially as you know this, Germany does not have a lot of natural resources. And that means what we need to do is produce and manufacture technology. And if you want to produce and manufacture technology, you need skills, and skills. And not only for sure on the TVET base, also on technician level and also on the engineering level. And this is where, when I said that VDMA is doing a lot of services for their companies, we also assist here to attract technology to the youngsters in Germany. And if they want to do TVET, an apprenticeship training, or if they want to be a technician, or if they want to go to universities, we make sure that those programs are the right ones. Yeah, but let's go to especially to the dual vocational education system. It was mentioned before. This is a long-term story. You know, it began in Germany about 1870. You can see it was really coming out of the way in that time things were produced and how to do that. Out of that, it was realized that what we need is practical and we need theory. And that combines our industrial training with the theory at a trade school. We've got a Vocational Training Act, which was formed in 1969, and that approved about 350 professions. And the main thing is that our apprentices, they sign a contract with a company, and they work for the company 3.5 days, and 1.5 days they go to school. The training course, and that was also mentioned in the discussions here before, how do you get to the syllabus or the curriculum? That is developed in Germany by the social partners. Those are the employers, the companies, and the trade unions, and the associations, and the government. And you can see here, when I write down here associations, VDMA plays an important role, especially for the manufacturing industry, because when we listen to our companies, we form that into that discussion of how a curriculum should be done and what should be the content of it. And this is where we raise our voice. For example, mechatronics, which was formed 15, 20 years ago as a trade coming out of electric and mechanics. It was coming from our companies to say, listen, we need something which combines those two things, because we cannot play always this and that in two ways. We have to combine it. And that was the reason we raised the issue to say we need a new trade, and that is called mechatronics. And currently it's one of the best and the highest sophisticated trades in Germany. And why are we doing this? I said we need a lot of skills, and we need to put a lot of effort into TVET, because we need to make it possible that our youth can familiarize with technology at an applied science. And we need that our young people, they get a good clue over different job profiles. They need to have a good picture of working environments. We want to prepare them for international jobs. And besides that, they for sure need to acquire and be trained in life skills, which they can also get during vocational training when they work together with a company. We have a high transition rate into jobs directly after the apprenticeship training, especially in the mechanical industry. We have roughly about a transition rate of 90%. And that is done because we're building a high commitment between companies and the apprentices. And for sure, we need, and the industry is asking for artisans and technicians that can work practically, and they are industry ready directly after the apprenticeship training. There's not the reason, or no, they don't need to go for any longer time for any training. They can just start after that apprenticeship training, which is very important. Wow, what's that? Oh, now it's coming with a, I see. Let me just put this together. You see, how is it done in Germany? We have on one side, we have the company. They have roughly 70% of the time, and 30% of students, they go to vocational schools. The costs are shared as well. That means the company is making sure that they have the right conditions for learning at the workplace. That means they have a person which is able to train, who sees the work, who sees where in the production people can learn something. They pay an allowance to the apprentices. On the other side, the government is paying for the vocational schools, so they have to prepare the teachers. And also the school themselves, the rooms, the facilities, and this is paid by the government. Yeah, just to see the whole picture, what happens in Germany. So you see, we have a lot of companies, not only manufacturing companies, but also others. This is what our institute here put together. But I want to show especially that the companies, they play an important role. The contribution to that system is 7.7 billion euros, and the government is paying 5.4 billion euros. That is what they share. And yeah, the question very often is, why are the companies investing so much in the youth? Yeah, what takes place during a 3-year course, for example? Now, there's a lot of productive taking place. That means if a young person starts with a company, they make a contract, as I said, and the company is paying a fee. or small salary. And once they make the training very good and they get assistance for that, then it's possible that these trainees will be productive in the first year a bit, in the second year a bit more, and in the third year even more than that. And that means that the costs are reduced because they bring an input to the company. They contribute to the productivity of a company. There's a list here. You can see some of the costs are even in the other way around, so they make a benefit out of that if they educate young people, and that benefit comes because they're productive, but it also comes because if you calculate the whole story, they don't have to, after that, if the youngsters start to work within the company where they have started apprenticeship training, it's possible then that they don't have to, the company don't have to go on the market and try to find somebody who can work. This is also a big cost for sure. Yeah, here you see the cost and the benefits. We have some cost for sure. They have to prepare some equipment, but normally our companies are well equipped because they have to produce on a high level, so they have the good equipment. We have some cost around that, the salaries of trainers, apprentices, benefits, and things like that. And the whole benefits is much more. So we say the companies have a big advantage of going through vocational education and training. We put this into some of motivations. There's a production, like I said. There's a benefit because they are productive and they contribute to the productivity of companies. There's an investment as well. That means that they want to invest in young people, which after that they start to work within the company and they can form them too. And that was mentioned here in the discussion before, also for future employees, because they see how will we work in the future, and now they can work on that to make that happen. The screening, for sure, once you have somebody working with you for 3 years, you can screen and observe the apprentice. Will I take him over? And social responsibility is one, and the reputation, the reputation motive is one as well. Yeah, now coming to why are we active? When we ask our companies, the German companies or the European companies, what kind of challenges are you, what are the obstacles when you are facing when you want to do business in Africa? What we find here is lack of skills, especially in practical experience. It was mentioned here before also. Technical jobs and TVET especially have an image problem because a lot of people, they just want to go to university and don't want to work like this person here on the left-hand side in the picture. The fluctuation is very high because there's not much commitment. That means once you educate somebody and he gets a few naira mehr somewhere else, then they leave the company and go to the other one. But the operation, maintenance, and repair of modern equipment require specific qualifications and skills. And therefore, the companies have to send foreign workers from all over the world to be hired to do the job. And that also causes a lot of challenges, even with residence permits and things like that, we know that. And the advantages of modern equipment cannot be utilized at all. And this is also a thing that is not good for Nigerian companies, because if they can use this high efficient technology, for sure they are more productive than without. Yeah, and we asked ourselves how we can, as an association, how can we support our member companies and their African customers in African countries? Because our companies very often sell equipment to Nigerian companies, to African companies at all, and they need the support. And the next question is, how can companies support vocational education and training? It was mentioned here that how can we involve those companies into development of curriculum and all these kind of things? And the last question is, how can these skilled workers, at the end of the day, once you have them, how can they support the development of industry and put it into the right path into the future? Yeah, what is unique in our initiative here? working as partners, we appreciate and accept the African visions. And that means also, it was mentioned here before, the assessment of the needs is very important. We cannot just educate people and then they shall find whatever they want. But it needs to be assessed exactly what are the needs. And then empowering African resources to run technical training centers, and from industry to industry. And VDMA represents the big industry, and it's very important that this industry is supporting vocational education and training. And we also try to win local industry for involvement in TVET, to offer attachments, send out trainers, employ and train instructors, and all these kind of things. A lot of things can be done. And for sure, VDMA is a networking partner to create the win-win situation for Africa and for Europe. Yeah, what we do is we support establishment of technical vocational education and training here, especially in industry mechanics, industry electrics, and mechatronics. Besides that, train certain courses, and also for sure the trainer need to be trained. And our target groups, as I mentioned already, the VDMA members and their employees in African countries, but also local companies and their employees, because they are the customers of our members. The target group are also local training centers and their trainers, and for sure also young people who are just interested in participating in the TVET program. We should not forget them. And how are we doing that? We are active currently in Botswana. There we collaborate with the Ministry of Education and Skills Development, and the Construction Industry Trust Fund. We have a training program for trainers in plant, and also courses, PLC and hydraulic systems on 2 levels, intermediate and basic, a maintenance course and pneumatics course. And I can tell you, this is very hands-on. There are workshops well equipped, so that people can really work on practical things, because once they have done the hydraulic course, they know exactly how hydraulic circuits run, and they can repair that. And now we're also offering a full trade, which is the industry mechatronics on level 5 there in Botswana. We just have the second intake this year, and this is accredited in the country. And they also go through attachments in the industry, because what we don't see in African companies is that they offer the theory and the practical, and the schools cannot do the practical. So we have a mixture. We have the school, which is offering theory, and we have well-equipped workshops where first practical things can be trained, and then in the attachments they can see the real world of manufacturing. In Nigeria, we are active together with the Dangote Foundation, and there we do training at the Dangote Academy. Also here, trainer courses, lecturers, and implant trainers. We have some short courses, vulcanization, and some, I don't have to read them all, but it's all followed by a needs assessment. That was the question. We need vulcanization, for example, for all these conveyor belts. And conveyor belts are used even in food production, but also in the mines and everywhere. So this was requested as the same as welding and brazing and electrical installation, hydraulics, and all these kind of things. Besides that, we connect this to companies who are active in the countries. For example, the Havan Böcker operator training, packing. And I show you how they calculate this. You can see if you train people, they have a 10% increased performance, and that also forms then additional sale per month and packer, additional profit per month and packer. And you can see how useful the training is for the company that has this kind of machinery in place. And here we also, at the Dangote Academy, we offer full trade industrial mechanics. And on the left-hand side here, you can see the 2 presidents, and in the picture below, you see our first 120 trainees in the industry mechanics, and the second batch is just coming up and will start in October this year. Yeah, in Kenya, we are also active. There we are more on the food production. We offer courses in food safety and organization of maintenance, and we did a lot of workshops where we brought Kenyan companies together with German companies and share a lot of questions and things like that. Oh, so What need to be done? I think it's very necessary that local training center and institutions that develop the right curriculums. It was mentioned before how to get that done. We can be of help here. Educated trainers and lecturers, they need to have themselves a lot of practical experience before they can be a trainer for welding, for example, or something like that, or hydraulics. Offer courses for trainers, experts, and in-plant trainers, because also when they go for attachments, they need to be trained there at the company side, how to involve training into the manufacturing. And also, like I mentioned, the workshops need to be equipped with the best technology, and this needs all to be integrated in a good curriculum so that all fits together into the best education. What needs to be done by African and European companies in Africa? They need to offer attachments for trainees, very important, like I said in the very beginning, so that the youngsters get a picture of working environments and things like that. They need to send out the employees for taking part in the courses. We very often get the information, I cannot send my people because it's too long. I cannot leave this guy without, I need him here to work. But for sure, it's very important, as I also showed, once they got through a training, they will be their work will be much better and on a better place. And yeah, build up capacity for supervision of trainees during attachments. Then for sure, chambers, associations, and governmental institutions can play a role, especially when it comes to qualification, but also maybe for the development of a curriculum, like we do it in Germany with all these people coming together and discuss about that. What can VDMA, what can we as an association do? We have our network, we link up to company experts, who can come to the training center and hold a training or also install machinery. And also with these 3,400 member companies who all very good in education, in TVET, their know-how we put together, and this is what we can apply. And besides that, as we have done, and you can see this on the picture on the left-hand side below here, this program is the patron for that is our First Lady in Germany, and she wants also that we support a lot of exchange for trainees, which we also arrange. And then for sure, to implement TVET and to implement the trainer training and the curriculum and all these things, we also put in experts and service provider. So now companies can support vocational education and training. We know that skilled workers support development of industry. We also know that because they want to be better in the future as well. And besides that, for sure, they push industry into a new level. And I can only say start now and start to work with us. We will be a very good partner for that. Thank you so far for your attendance. And yeah, I'm here for if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Norbert Walker. Thank you. We appreciate your time and insight and walking us through how you people in Germany are building the requisite skill for your industry. I'm delighted to know that this is an association of many German companies contributing to millions of people working for different sectors of the German economy. Your willingness to partner with Nigerian entities, you're really doing that with Alhaji Aliko Dangote. We take note of that. I'm trying to see if I can fish out any quick question for you in my Q&A box. There seems not to be anyone. In any case, I thank you, but please still stay on. Sometime sometime after lunch, if you still be here with us, we will, as we resume from lunch, take some questions. When I get some questions for you at that time, Richard will post them to you. But for now, we thank you so much for giving us that overview as to what you are doing as long as it concerns vocational education. Thank you very much. Okay, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the German Engineering Federation walking us through what they are doing with vocational education and how they are training and willing to train people to give them the requisite knowledge that would help us grow and develop in this industry. That's something we need to note. They are aware that they are not endowed with the resources as we are. So they're focused on producing technology, and using skilled workforce. So they prepare themselves for that and go get the technology. By the time we get all of these sorted and harmonize them, I'm sure between the researchers at the university and those who churn out the graduates and the industry, we should be able to find a common ground where we are leveraging what we're doing here today to begin to grow our own home made technologies to deliver our industry to the future of our nation and people. Thank you very much. We're moving onwards now to the next segment of our program. I did say that we would just, for the next 2-3 minutes, take a stretch break. And in this stretch break, by my time, and by the way, Dr. Norbert Walker, thank you so much for keeping to time. I appreciate you for speaking within your time. Truly appreciate that. I don't take people who use time well for granted at all. Thank you so much. Okay, so listen, if you have a question, okay, it is better to put your question in the Q&A box. Now, the reason that is better is when you leave it in the chat box, there are a lot of people who are either appreciating a speaker or saluting the fellow panelists, or are just making general comments. It could just go missing in one of those. It will take a longer time for us to scroll through the chat box to find your question. But when it's inside the Q&A box, it is easier. When I go in there and open it, of course, I would see the questions that you have for any of our speakers and be sure that I would take it on and pass it on to them right here live on this virtual meeting. Well, that said, we will go over now to take this few minutes of stretch break. By my time is 12:07. At 12:10, I'll be seated back here to continue with the session. It is not a break. It's just a stretch break because we've been sitting since 9 a.m., some of us before 9 a.m. So let's just stand up, move your legs, move your hands, whatever works for you, do all of that. Move your legs, move your hand, whatever works for you. I will stand up once I'm done making this announcement. Once we return from this stretch break, we will take a few minutes and spotlight some of the beneficiaries of the HCD training. We listened yesterday that about 13,000 or more have been trained, about 5,000 retained in the industry. We'll listen to some of those beneficiaries, where they are at, what is happening, some lows, some highs. We'll hear what is being said. And I think it was Dr. Debiri who said that the skills that are produced in the oil and gas industry should not be limited to the oil and gas industry. So for many who have been trained and many who will be trained, it's important that you begin to also look at which other aspect of the economy can you channel that training into and help us to continue developing as a nation. Okay, so after that, we will now take the session that will be moderated by our General Manager for Research, Statistics and Development, after which we will break for lunch. But for now, please take your stretch break. I have eaten about a minute of that. Take your stretch break and I'll be back in 2 minutes to continue with our sessions. Thank you. Please do not log off, just a stretch break. Just stretch your legs, move around your home or office a little bit, and then come back at exactly 12:10, sit again, let's continue. Okay, it's 12:10. It's 12:10. I hope you did. You stretched your legs a little bit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. David, I hope you are standing by. I hope you are standing by with the videos that I will be asking you to play in the next few minutes. I've spoken about the video already. Mr. Saruwense, if you can please look at your WhatsApp and respond to me, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. So David, if you are ready, I am ready. Let us have the video play out of some of the beneficiaries of Ncdmb's HCD training. Technical, the stage is yours. David, are you there?
I'm an instrumentation and controls engineer. I am also one of the beneficiaries of the Kwale Gas Flare Down Training Project under the auspices of Ncdmb. Well, I want to say thank you to this board for making this dream come through. Also, I want to say thank you to the Nigerian Oil Company for that wonderful project. And I also want to say thank you to Amazon Energy, who are the contractor of this project. Well, the training has been wonderful and it has left an indelible mark in this successful candidate, most especially myself. Well, the training was in 2 phases. The first phase took place in Port Harcourt, where we spent 12 months, 12 rigorous months, learning the basics and introduction to oil and gas sector. During this period, we also learned so many things like project management, some safety courses, and also some instrumentation and control courses that has really made me who I am today. And also the second phase of the training took place in Lagos, which is the on-the-job training. And believe you, this on-the-job training has really exposed me to life projects as an instrumentation and controls engineer. Today I can hit my chest that I can execute from the inception of a project to its commissioning stage. I was able to partake in various projects, and these projects have really helped me to know how to function as an instrument engineer. I will also say a big thank you to our coordinator, Madam Augusta Eku. She has been wonderful. She is a wonderful mother. She's a woman of substance. Yeah, she gave it to us the way it was written in the contract. She never left any stone unturned. I would really say I'm thankful to God for making this dream come through. Now I can go out into the world, into the industry, and hit my chest that from the inception of a project to its commissioning stage, I can execute it as an instrument engineer. Wow, I would love other Nigerians to be part of this project, to be part of this Ncdmb goal, because it has really enhanced all graduates and all industries, building human capacity, and it has really made each and every one of us wonderful. For now, we can say thank you to Ncdmb, thank you to Nigerian Oil Company, thank you to Amazon, and of course, thank you to everyone that has made this dream come through. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dagogo Nelson. I was one-time Ncdmb trainee a few years ago. Whilst I was there with West African Ventures, I was taught all I needed to know in HSC. I now have a full understanding of all HSC documentations for tender, HSC plan, HSC environmental, all the plans that were required during tendering. And I do ISO internal audit, I have cognitive offshore experience, I understand a full understanding of oil and gas regulatory requirements, And I was able to achieve all this because of the training I got and the experience I got while I was with West African Ventures. So even though I had to put in personal development and more trainings, but they gave me the background and the footing for which to step on. And like you all know, getting an experience, especially offshore experience or general experience in oil and gas, is a difficult one. So if you get such an opportunity, hold it tight and run with it. I wish you all the best.
My name is Elizabeth Aaron, one of the beneficiaries of the Ncdmb Cadetship/COC program known as the Certificate of Competency. The program actually started on the 2019. I personally boarded my vessel in 2019 in Singapore. I boarded in Singapore. I disembarked in Malaysia. It was a one-year program. So during this cadetship program, I would say it was one of the best. We had best officers who were ready to teach us. You ask your questions, we were ready to answer. We had best officers. After the cadetship program, we went to Ghana for the COC program. We came back. The program was a success. We had all the necessary documents, certificates to start our career as seafarers. Presently, I have applied in companies waiting for a call to start my career as an officer. I want to use this opportunity to thank Ncdmb for what they've done in our life, for making our goals, our lifetime dreams and goals to be seafarers a success. I want to say thank you, Ncdmb, and I pray that the program will continue so that other people who have not gotten this opportunity can also get this opportunity. I want to say a big thank you to Ncdmb. Thank you, Ncdmb, and I'm very grateful.
Good day, everyone. My name is Owe W. Yeah, and I'm one of the beneficiaries in Ncdmb intervention program. Yeah, and before I go on, I want to say a very big thank you to Engineer Simbi Wabote, the Executive Secretary of Ncdmb, also the Engineer Amaikoro, the Director of Capacity Building, and also Mrs. Angela Okoro, and not forgetting Mr. Mohammed Salahuddin for the tremendous efforts they've put so far to see the success of this program. I want to say a very big thank you to you all. It's been tremendous so far having you as part of this training. Yeah, and the impacts of this training so far has been 100% impact, or 1000% in fact, if that may be the case. Yeah, the impact so far has helped us to attain new heights, new career path. We've learned a lot of things while on the job, We've learned so much, so vast that anywhere we tender our certificates worldwide is being recognized because of the company that was chosen by Ncdmb to run this cadetship program, which is a Bernard Schulte Ship Management. It's been tremendous, it's been helpful. This is a world-class training, this is a world-class shipping company where they have vessels all over the world moving around, transporting things and goods from one place to the other. Anywhere you present certificate, anywhere your certificate is being presented as from Bernard Schulte, it is well recognized. I want to say a very big thank you to Ncdmb on that one. And the experience so far has been tremendous. The experience of God has made us to learn new things that we cannot learn on the class. These are things that are real life experiences, things that have broadened our minds in the maritime industry, knowing and learning new things. And I want to say a very big thank you to that. And my current location, right now as I'm talking to you right now, I'm in Togo. As God may have it, I was absorbed by the company Bernard Schulte, which I did my cadetship program. Yeah, and now I've been assigned to go on board one of their vessel right now. The vessel is at Togo Anchorage. Yeah, I'm in Togo in one of the hotels, waiting for the vessel to come so that I can join. So currently, I'm a staff of Bernard Schulte Ship Management. Soon to go on board in a matter of a day or two from now. And I want to say thank you to Ncdmb.
Yeah, so my name is Abraham Samuel, and I am one of the cadets that went through the NCDMB cadetship program. You see, the NCDMB cadetship program was a fantastic one for me, and I'm grateful for it because it was very well organized. They had us go on container vessels, on tanker vessels, and you see, they followed our progress all through. They followed our progress, they were in communication with us, they made sure that we were actually going through the cadetship, we were actually learning. And then after the cadetship, they organized the COC exams for us. You know, they paid for the exams, and after some months of studying, we took the exams, and it was a success. You see, the program, personally, I'm grateful for it because after that program, I got my COC and I was employed immediately. And right now, I am on board a container vessel out in South China Sea. I'm grateful for the program because at some point, I had lost interest in this career path. You see, I'd waited at home for some time to get a placement for cadetship, and it was not forthcoming. So I had lost interest. But then NCDA came in like the savior. And then they, you know, with a very well structured and organized system, they took us to see, and then the exams, and it was a success. I hope and I pray that the program doesn't stop, you know, so other people can come onto this platform and become engineers and mariners in the future. So I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers of the program because they are saving lives actually. That is what I should say. That is what I should say. So thank you, Ncdmb, and also thank you, Shaki Mayetan, for your contribution.
Hi, my name is Ncdmb Peter. I was one of the Ncdmb trainees attached to BW Offshore in August 2019. During my training, I was attached to the operations and maintenance team, where I work closely with the operations engineer. What I did basically during my training was I was basically supporting the offshore operations, ensuring that planned and corrective maintenance are carried out as at when due. I also supported the offshore operations by ensuring that all their needs are met, timely. During my training, I also I also went offshore, where I had a first-hand feeling of what FPSO is all about. I got to understand the machineries and how they operate. So that really helped me. That really helped my knowledge in understanding how a floating production and storage unit works. Then also during my training, I got to understand the CMMS system used by BW Offshore. So, and that has really helped me so far. Then after my training in 2020, BW Offshore retained me as the operations engineer, working in one of their assets, which is a Senja badge. So far, it has been very exciting in the sense that I have to meet daily needs, operations needs of the offshore unit. I support the operation in the sense that I plan their POB together with the onboard medic. I also ensure that the third-party vendor they require to carry out the activity or any form of maintenance is provided to them as at when they need it. I also interface with the supply chain unit to ensure that the needed materials or spares by the offshore team is provided to them.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Fred Asonibe. I studied mechanical engineering and I did Ncdmb training in BW offshore. That was back in 2017. And I was trained as a piping engineer. And since then, I've been working with BW offshore. My role is basically carrying out a design and then doing detail engineering, and then to support of procurement, and then also support fabrication, and then installation offshore. I've been exposed even going offshore to do surveys. You know, I carry out piping engineering at this stage and level from start to finish. Basically, if you have a new build, that is a new fabrication, or what I can say, a new routing, you go to site, carry out survey, check to develop your GA, that is general arrangement, and then the layout of the area will give you information on how to develop the piping GA. And then from there you have the measurement of the spool, how you route the spools as a piping in this case. Then you take it up, develop what we call a bill of materials to the MTU. There's a material takeoff which will enable you to put, you know, item by item, that's to itemize the materials to be procured, and then raise what we call a PR, procurement requisition, which aids supply chain to do proper procurement of these items. But in the process, they don't just go procuring the items. There are processes. We raise RFQ, request for quotes, materials as we require for these quotes. We send to supply chain, that's engineering, send to supply chain. Supply chain will now send it to different vendors. We are mostly locals, Nigerians. This institution, we are
Okay.
My name is Demiv Upper Prince, engine cadet. Right now we are sailing to West Africa, as you can see. We are on the sea. By the special grace of God, I'm doing well here. The ship engineer is good. The officers are good. Always putting me through for a lot of things. I've learned a lot and a lot more to learn. We've been to different places like Australia, Japan, Korea, Singapore, China, Malaysia, Taiwan, Thailand, and a lot more. Let me use this medium to thank Ncdmb, Trainees, and Nigerian government for this wonderful life-changing opportunity. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much, and God bless you. And God bless you.
Good afternoon, ma'am and sirs. This is Engine Cadet Joseph. I'm here on MV Spinel with my colleague John. We've been here for like 4 months now, and the experience has been amazing and wonderful. We've gotten to learn a whole lot of things, and we're hoping to learn a lot more, which in turn is going to make us competent engineers that you will be proud of, because we are out to make sure that your investments in our lives are not taken for granted. Right now, we're in Morocco, and I just finished my deck watch. That's something we engine cadets get to do while we are in Morocco because of the high rate of stowaways here. And we've been to 6 countries so far, and 7 ports, 2 ports in 1 country. I want to especially thank Jackings for all the checkups, making sure that things are all right with us and that we don't have problems. And lastly, to the big boss, Ncdmb, we are very much grateful for this wonderful opportunity, and we promise that we are going to do our best to turn out like your investment in us demands that we do. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right. That's amazing. That's really, really amazing. I mean, seeing those videos of young Nigerian professionals who have whose skill has been upskilled by this HCD training, you know, taking them from the obscure places where they were, and most of them not even knowing anybody in the industry and getting to where they are today is truly a remarkable feat of achievement here by the NCDMB and all of those companies that were mentioned who has partnered with the NCDMB in delivering this. Now, if we've been able to achieve that with this set of people, imagine if from what Iru said and what has been said here by many other speakers, if the level of collaboration and partnership is increased, I mean, the industry and the NCDMB can do much more for young professional Nigerians, for our industry and our economy in general. So thank you once again, the NCDMB. Congratulations to all of you who are beneficiaries. Please, David, whose audio is on? I'm hearing noise from the background. Can you mute that person? The person is watching some place where they're talking about delegates. ES said yesterday they didn't want to use the word delegate. That's why we're saying participants today. All right. So we'll make progress now to the next panel session. We're looking at HCD in operations, a review of effectiveness, improvement opportunities, and support required. And I will just invite the panelists and the moderator, and they will drive the conversation from there on. So let me begin by calling on our very first moderator from Total, the General Manager, Nigerian Content, Cyprian Ojum. Cyprian, if you're on the call, please unmute, turn on your video, and salute your attendees to be sure that you are live and can hear us. Cyprian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Brilliant. So just mute, leave your video on, mute back your audio while I invite the other panelists. Thank you very much, Cyprian.
Thank you.
Also on the call is the president of Octon, Mazi Sam Onyechi. Mazi, can we hear you?
Yeah, I'm right here, my brother.
Very brilliant. Also on the call is the president of the Nigerian Institute of Wedding, Mr. Edebiri Solomon. Mr. Edebiri, let's hear you again one more time this afternoon.
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic. We're making good progress. All right. So also on the call, to have OJ Ofili. OJ Ofili is the GM of Nigerian content for Seplat. OJ, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
Brilliant, OJ. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session is the General Manager, Research, Statistics and Development Division of the NCDMB. I yield it now to you, my Oga, Mr. Abdul Malik Halilu. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much, Richmond.
Awesome.
Thank you. So
first
of all, still morning. Okay, good afternoon to we have 226 participants on this call. I would like to first of all appreciate you all for devoting time to listen to this session. NCDMB appreciates the valuable time that you are devoting to hear us, contribute, and support our implementation of local content. Local content is a very, very important economic development model for Nigeria because it speaks about production, and employment. And that is all the essence of having a government. When we talk about employment, we're also referring to the employability of the citizens. And for that reason, HCD is a very, very important pillar in Ncdmb's delivery strategy, because it's only through human capital development that we'll be able to enhance the employability index of Nigerians, and therefore position them to take relevant positions and job categories in the oil and gas industry. To do justice to this panel session, which is themed HCD in Operation, a review of effectiveness, improvement opportunities, and support required, the distinguished panelists that Richmond had earlier called. But before we go into the panel session, I would like us to go through some statistics which I extracted from the Ncdmb Logic JQS, so that it will guide our thoughts to appreciate the quantum of responsibilities in the HCD space. So far, so good. In the Logic JQS, we have about 8,273 service companies employing 72,426 Nigerians. And 85% of these are permanent jobs, while only 15% are contract employments. 97% are Nigerians, which means only 3% are expatriate staff. For the operating companies, we've been able to register 90 operators, employing 13,989 staff. That is an